Santo.
Merci.
Muito obrigado.
Monsieur le secrétaire au gouvernement fédéral du Nigeria,
Secretary of the Federal Government of Nigeria,
Secretário do Governo
honorable
Federal do
ministre
the
Nigéria,
Honorable Minister of
honorável
Finance,
ministro de
et de la
Finanças,
planification du budget,
Budget and Planning of
Orçamento e Planeamento do Nigéria,
Monsieur le chairman
the
président de
Chairman
WATAF,
of
chefe
WATAF,
Monsieur
do WATAF,
président exécutif de
Executive
l'administration fiscale,
President, the Executive
Presidente,
Chairman
chefe
of
executivo
Nigerian
Mesdames,
Federal Inland Revenue
Messieurs,
do
Service,
Serviço Federal de Receitas da
distinguished
Nigéria,
ladies and
FIRS,
gentlemen,
grades
distintos
et titres,
senhoras e
all
senhores,
protocols
mesdames
observed,
et
os
messieurs,
protocolos observados, senhoras e
c'est un grand honneur
it's a very great
et
pleasure,
une grande fierté pour
grande
nous
prazer,
pride for me
de prendre la
também
parole
orgulho
au
the
também
floor
troisième
in
dialogue
tomar a palavra
de haut niveau
no
high-level
curso
à
dialogue
l'occasion
deste diálogo
de
de
la
alto
and
nível,
also on
de
the
la
occasion
du
e
10e
também na
anniversaire de
10th
notre
year
ocasião
anniversary
do
organisation
10º
commune
aniversário
WATAF.
da
organization
Je voudrais
WATAF.
saisir
nossa
I would
organização
like to take
WATAF.
tribune
I would like to take
Eu
advantage of this
queria
occasion
juste dire
aproveitar
deux,
esta
trois mots.
oportunidade
say one or
D'abord,
two
para
things.
dizer
First and foremost, I'd like to
uma ou duas
express
coisas.
la gratitude
Primeiramente, eu
gratitude
queria
de
expressar
nos
minha
administrations
gratidão
sœurs
and that
ATAF
of
et WATAF
our different
à l'administration
tax
fiscale
administrations
das
fédérale
nossas
to
Nigeria
the
administrações
Federal Inland
tributárias
Revenue Service of
ao
Nigeria for
FIRS
its
son
leadership
rôle
da
and
Nigéria,
role,
sua
a very
liderança,
important role,
dans
papel de
l'écheminement
liderança
the
muito
handling
importante
of
no
que ce soit
our different
tratamento de
tax administration,
nossas
whether at
administrações
continental level,
WATAF
tributárias,
ou
also
ambos
at
no
the
nível
sub-regional
continental
level,
e
particularly
secrétaire général du
particularmente
secrétaire au gouvernement de la
presence
com a presença
the Secretary of the Federal Government of Nigeria and also the
governo
Minister of
federal de
Finance.
Nigéria,
I'd
também
like to therefore
toutes les
express
contributions
my
que
thanks
le
for
Grand
all
Nigeria
the contributions that the Nigeria,
todas as
our big brother,
contribuições que
has
Nigéria,
extended to
nosso irmão
ATAF
mais
at the continental
velho,
level and WATAF
forneceu
at the
no nível
level.
continental e
As
subregional.
known that Nigeria has
Como
been
nós
hosting WATAF right from its
sabemos que
beginning, hosting
Nigéria
its
tem sido o
executive
anfitrião
secretariat, and we
de
also
WATAF
know
desde
that
seu início.
Nigeria
O
has been
nosso
at the helm
secretariado
of
está aqui
the
em
affairs
Abuja.
of the
Nigéria tem
Council
sido
of ATAF at
frente
the continental
do
level,
Conselho de WATAF no
and it
nível
is on this
continental.
note that
la relève.
Togo actually took over from
Togo
Nigeria.
também,
We are therefore gathered here
como o posto de Nigéria depois.
également
not only
Somos
at
aqui,
the
não
administration fiscale
só
togolaise,
but also on behalf of the
presidente de ATAF,
Togolese
mas em nome
Revenue
do
Service
régional WATAF,
and also a
povo
member of
de
WATAF,
Togo e
and
nossa
equally
le président
administração
du
as
tributária,
the
de
president
l'administration
e
fiscale
também como
de WATAF
board,
sortant,
outgoing board
presidente
of
do
WATAF,
Conselho de
ami
WATAF.
du Gambie,
from
prend la
which
relève.
our brother from Gambia has just
Cette
taken over from me.
rencontre
Is
nosso
encounter
o irmão de
today,
Gambia
de
agora
la
é
which
troisième
is the
édition
third
du dialogue de très haut
hoje,
niveau,
que é
of the
a
high-level
terceira
policy
edição
dialogue,
quand on
do
sait,
diálogo político
cannot
de
be
alto nível.
better
quand on sait
timed than now,
à quelle
because
pression nos
Não
administrations
podia ser
fiscales
uma hora,
sont
tempo
tenues
melhor do que eu
d'apporter à la
agora,
sortie de la
porque
pandémie de
sabemos a pressão que
COVID-19
nossas
dans la
administrações
mobilisation de
têm
recettes
sido
pour
aguentando
notre continent.
desde o início da pandemia de
Il n'est
Covid-19
pas
nos termos de
une période encore plus
mobilização
cruciale
dos,
que nos administrations fiscales
dos
devaient se
impostos
souder
e
la main
rendimentos.
quand on connaît l'évolution de nos économies, surtout l'économie numérique mondiale, où il importe que l'Afrique de l'Ouest d'abord, mais l'Afrique au niveau continental puisse parler d'une seule voix. C'est pourquoi nous émettons le vœu qu'à la sortie de ces travaux qui portent justement sur la numérisation, la taxation de l'économie numérique, que notre sous-région puisse trouver les voies et moyens pour que sa voix puisse s'entendre non seulement au niveau de nos sous-régions, mais également au niveau continental et au niveau international. C'est sur ces mots d'espoir que nous souhaitons plein succès à nos travaux et nous déplorons que le Togo bénisse, que Dieu bénisse ces travaux, qu'il bénisse tous les participants, qu'il bénisse le grand peuple frère du Nigeria et qu'il bénisse nous tous. Je vous remercie.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande d'applaudir très fort M. Philippe Chaudier, qui est le président de l'ATAF, mais il est aussi le commissaire général de l'Office togolais des recettes. That is Mr. Chaudier, who is the ATAF chairman, but also commissioner general of the OTR, that's the Togolese Authority for Revenue. Mesdames et messieurs, nous continuons dans cette lignée pour pouvoir inviter maintenant pour son message de solidarité. Nous allons inviter son Excellence Jean-Claude Bro, président de la CEDEAO, représenté par M. Salifou Tientore. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome the ECOWAS president, hereby represented by Mr. Salifou Tientore.
Monsieur le secrétaire du gouvernement de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Madame la ministre des Finances, du Budget et de la Planification nationale, mes hommages, Madame, Monsieur le président exécutif de FRS, Monsieur le président du conseil de FRS, commissaire général des revenus de la Gambie, Monsieur le président de WATAF, Monsieur le président de ATAF, Monsieur les représentants de CREDAF, WAUTI, et toutes les associations de la fiscalité invitées, distingués chefs des administrations fiscales des États membres de la CEDEAO, M. Bakary Sagnan, ombudsman de la République de la Gambie, ancien commissaire général Gambia Revenue Authority, chers amis et frères, M. le secrétaire exécutif de WATAF, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, comme vous le savez, l'actualité sous-régionale est très chargée, et ce qui fait que le président de la commission de la CEDEAO, son excellent Jean-Claude Kassi Brou, et le commissaire en charge du commerce et de la libre circulation, M. Teye Konzi, sont en dehors du Nigeria. Et certainement, à partir de demain, le commissaire sera là pour vous modérer une session, il sera là pour vous donner plus d'informations. Ici, je voudrais lire le message que le président de la commission m'a chargé de vous délivrer. Je voudrais féliciter le Forum des administrations fiscales de l'Afrique de l'Ouest pour la tenue de cette 17e Assemblée générale qui se trouve être le 10e anniversaire du Forum et pour avoir choisi le thème « La fiscalité de l'économie numérique, exploration des sources de revenus inexploitées ». Un thème d'actualité dont l'appropriation et la maîtrise du potentiel pourrait aboutir à une mobilisation plus importante des ressources financières au profit du développement de nos États. 10 ans dans la vie d'une organisation, ce n'est pas beaucoup, mais c'est largement suffisant pour tirer un premier bilan, afin d'envisager l'avenir avec plus de sérénité et de se donner de nouvelles ambitions. La commission de la CEDEAO est très fière d'avoir été votre père et votre partenaire au cours de ces 10 dernières années. Je dis bien père parce que la commission partage cette paternité avec beaucoup d'administrations fiscales de la CEDEAO, notamment la Federal Inland Revenue Service, qui sans conteste a joué le rôle le plus déterminant dans la création de WATAF. Je voudrais à cet instant précis, et au nom du président de la Commission, exprimer ici mes vives félicitations au executive chairman de la FARS, M. Mohamed Nani, pour son leadership affirmé, et à tous ses prédécesseurs qui ont su mobiliser les ressources humaines, les ressources techniques et financières nécessaires afin de mettre en place cette organisation sous-régionale. Merci à la FARS qui croit à l'intégration régionale et d'avoir initié la création de cette plateforme d'échange et de partenariat entre les administrations fiscales des États membres de la CEDEAO. Monsieur le secrétaire du gouvernement, Madame la ministre, Mesdames et Messieurs, comme vous le savez, l'harmonisation des législations fiscales et, par extension, l'amélioration de la mobilisation des ressources intérieures sont essentielles pour atteindre les objectifs du traité de la CEDEAO et la réalisation du marché commun. À cette fin, la CEDEAO a adopté un programme de transition fiscale avec des stratégies de réforme globale pour soutenir et renforcer les capacités des administrations fiscales des États membres à mobiliser des recettes domestiques pour leur développement. Dans le sillage de la diminution des flux d'aide, la nécessité de stimuler les ressources nationales ne peut être sous-estimée, car l'amélioration de la performance des recettes intérieures est en effet la clé de toute réforme du secteur public. La Commission de la CEDEAO, avec le soutien de ses partenaires, à savoir l'Union européenne, la République fédérale d'Allemagne, la Banque mondiale, œuvre à soutenir toute initiative en Afrique de l'Ouest dont l'objectif est d'appuyer les administrations fiscales pour plus de performance. C'est dans le cadre de cette vision, que la Commission a répondu oui à l'appel de la Federal Inland Revenue Service en 2011 à mettre en place une organisation régionale des administrations l'appui de la coopération allemande, a soutenu WATAF dans plusieurs activités qui ont été organisées, dont le secrétaire exécutif en a fait l'écho. Le prestige de la CEDEAO a joué sans conteste un rôle important dans l'adhésion des États membres de la CEDEAO à cette organisation. Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, il est gratifiant de noter que WATAF a évolué au cours des 10 dernières années pour devenir un forum fiscal autosuffisant et reconnu au niveau international. Félicitations à l'actuel président de WATAF et à tous les anciens présidents de WATAF, aux membres du conseil, au secrétaire exécutif de WATAF, M. Oladapo Babatunde, et à son équipe pour les très grandes contributions à cette réussite. Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, la fiscalité de l'économie numérique est en effet une question d'actualité depuis les années 1990, avec l'émergence du commerce électronique, la numérisation a d'énormes ramifications. Débat mondial d'actualité depuis quelque temps. Je dois ici féliciter l'OCDE d'avoir défendu la fiscalité et la numérisation depuis 2013, lorsque le G20 a identifié l'évitement fiscal comme une priorité. En 2015, avec l'adoption de l'érosion de la base et du transfert des bénéfices, de 15 actions pour lutter contre l'évasion fiscale. Les réflexions engagées par le CDE à ce sujet préconisent en fait la réforme des règles de la fiscalité internationale. Distingués participants, il est évident que la numérisation présente à la fois des opportunités et des défis pour les administrations fiscales au niveau mondial. Cependant, pour nous, dans la communauté de la CEDEAO, il nous incombe d'élaborer une stratégie et de nous positionner pour dépasser les menaces et profiter des opportunités pour élargir notre base de revenus. C'est pour cette raison que le thème de ce dialogue politique de haut niveau me semble opportun. Alors, nous nous efforçons d'améliorer nos lois pour cibler la numérisation. Efforçons-nous de ne pas laisser de côté l'épine dorsale de nos administrations. Il est impératif de renforcer les capacités humaines et institutionnelles pour faire face à la numérisation et générer davantage de revenus pour le développement national afin d'atteindre les objectifs de développement durable d'ici 2030. Les recettes fiscales constituent la source de revenus la plus faible pour le gouvernement, étant donné les recettes fiscales constituent la source de revenus la plus fiable pour les gouvernements, étant donné leur prévisibilité et leur certitude. Il est nécessaire que nos administrations fiscales adoptent une attitude orientée vers les services aux contribuables. Nous devons simplifier nos procédures, nos législations, fournir des informations sur les droits et obligations des contribuables et créer un environnement propice à la conformité volontaire. C'est sur cette note, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, permettez-moi ici de féliciter WATAF à l'occasion de son 10e anniversaire et de réitérer l'engagement de la CEDEAO à soutenir WATAF pour améliorer la performance des recettes, afin qu'ensemble, nous puissions approfondir la pratique de la fiscalité dans notre région. Au nom du président de la commission de la CEDEAO, je vous souhaite à tous des délibérations fructueuses et réussies. Merci, thank you, obrigado.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please let's once more give him a round of applause. That was a goodwill message from His Excellency Jean-Claude Brou, who is the ECOWAS president, hereby represented by Mr. Salifou Tientore. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful speech. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez écouté les discours venant de la commission de la CEDEAO, le discours de son président qui était représenté ici par M. Tientore. It's my pleasure and my honor to now bring to this stage Mr. Shuban Chaudhuri, Country Director, World Bank Group. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons recevoir M. Shuban Chaudhuri qui vient donc du groupe de la Banque mondiale. Welcome, sir. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Boss Mustafa, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Honorable Minister of Finance, Chairman Nami, Chairman of the WATAF and ATF. It's a real pleasure and privilege to be here. Unlike the other speakers so far this morning, I'm not a tax expert. So you might be wondering, what am I doing here? So it's a very simple reason. Revenue mobilization is perhaps the most critical function of government. And because without revenues, government cannot do all the other things it needs to do. And so in our role at the World Bank in supporting governments and the critical task of eliminating poverty, revenue mobilization is key. And I'm sure that is true. That's true everywhere, certainly in all the other countries in the region. But it is especially true here in Nigeria, as the Honorable Minister will know. That was one of the first things she said to me when I arrived in Nigeria. Revenue, Nigeria does not have a debt problem. Nigeria has a revenue problem. And we'd like to get the help of the World Bank in accelerating and enhancing our revenues. This is also why we're very glad and thrilled to have the kind of engagement we have with Chairman Nami and the Federal Inland Revenue Service, with the National Nigerian Customs Service. And I understand there are many state commissioners of revenue here. We are also, that is an equally important, in some ways, an even more important agenda at the subnational level. So we are very happy to support that. I'm particularly thrilled as well to, be here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of WATAF because, one of the things, the World Bank, we always say, obviously we do provide financing, though, we would like to make ourselves redundant in the sense that all of you succeed in raising revenues to the point where there is no longer a need for financing from the World Bank. But the other function we try to play is to bring together the kind of the learning that happens and then the peer networks across countries where our government partners share with each other the lessons, both good and bad, in terms of how you go about your work. And that's where an organization like WATAF is so critical. And it's, for me, it's a real, positive thing to see WATAF grow over time from their origins 10 years ago. So I and our team here in Nigeria are certainly here to support Chairman Nami and all the other revenue-generating MDAs, ministries and agencies, both at the federal and subnational level. But I can promise you that my colleagues and the teams in the other countries in West Africa are equally committed to supporting this initiative. With that, I wish you all the best for what seems to be a great series of panels throughout the day today on a critically important issue as well. The rise of the digital economy, which again, let me say that for Nigeria has implications because of Nigeria's potential in the digital space, and also the importance of digital technologies for the kinds of regional integration agenda. So thank you again. It's a real honor to be here. Thank you.
Du groupe de la Banque mondiale, Monsieur Shubham Chaudhary. Mesdames et messieurs, on l'applaudit très très fort. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are gradually getting to the real thing. It's indeed my pleasure and my honor to welcome to the stage the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mrs. Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, nous allons recevoir la ministre des Finances, des Budgets et des Plans de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Madame Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed. Please, let's continue to applaud as she's coming.
Good morning, everyone. Let me especially recognize His Excellency, the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, the Chairman FIRS, the Chairman African Tax Administrators Forum, the Chairman West African Tax Administrators Forum, the Executive Secretary of WATAF and Council members of WATAF, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me and a rare privilege to be here with you today to present this special address at the 17th General Assembly and the 10th anniversary of the West African Tax Administrators Forum, WATAF, with the theme, The Taxation of Digital Economy, Exploring Untapped Revenue Sources in Africa. This theme is perhaps the most topical one at the moment in tax circles, and for good reason. As the so-called e-economy continues to grow and develop internationally, it is only natural to expect that there will be issues associated with taxation of the income that accrues from it and how this income can be properly tracked, assessed, and taxed. This special General Assembly of Tax Administrators in the West African sub-region provides a unique opportunity for frank and forthright discussions on how best we can protect our interests and maximize our benefits, not just as individual countries, but as a regional bloc. As the competent authority in tax matters for Nigeria, I am pleased to say that we have actively participated in the global discourse around the issues of taxation of the digital economy, particularly as it affects the allocation of taxing rights. In this regard, we have continued to contribute our quota in different fora, most importantly in the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, otherwise known as the Inclusive Framework. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight that the basis of our involvement in that process was the understanding that a coordinated universal solution to tax challenges of the digital economy was necessary, and that the solution would be fair and acceptable for all members. We had hoped that all jurisdictions will be participating in the project on equal footing, and that the agreed solution will benefit all while preserving jurisdictions' existing taxing rights, which are not aimed at the digital business, and that the project would provide universal acceptable rules by consensus. The question therefore arises, why has Nigeria not endorsed the OECD proposed solution to the issues affecting the digital economy? Simply put, Nigeria seeks to prioritize the importance of securing a fair deal that provides for equitable global reallocation of profits from all markets and from all jurisdictions, and it is our view that the agreement has not met this objective. I'm aware that some countries have endorsed the agreement. While I believe that the decision to do so lies within the policy choice of each jurisdiction, I crave your indulgence to highlight some of one or two implications of the proposed solution for us. First of all, the scope of the Pillar 1 covers only multinational enterprises, M&As, with 20 billion euros global revenue and above 10% profitability, which means just about 100 companies across the world are within the scope of these rules. This threshold has left many of the well-known M&As exploiting the digital space out of the scope of Pillar 1 and significantly reduce any benefit that may accrue to market jurisdictions from Amount A taxing rights. Even where the non-resident companies meet the revenue and profitability threshold, there is still the requirement of operating in and meeting local sales threshold of 1 million euros in the market jurisdiction, except for jurisdictions that have a GDP of $40 million and below, that have the in-scope revenue threshold fixed at 250,000 euros. Furthermore, the proposed scope reduction after 7 years of implementation provides for some conditions, which include effective implementation of mandatory binding dispute resolution mechanism. Thus, there is no certainty of the reduction in the scope threshold, and the rule may continue to apply to only the few countries that fall under the scope revenue and profitability thresholds. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, the building blocks on unilateral measures requires that all jurisdictions withdraw their existing legal frameworks for taxing all non-resident companies, deriving income through digital means without a physical presence, and refraining from introducing any other subsequent laws. The implication of this is that it restricts the number of non-resident companies engaged in digital economy business that may be taxed in our jurisdictions to only the 100 that I had mentioned earlier on, to the exclusion of all others, regardless of the actual number. It should also further be noted that the unilateral measures to be withdrawn is not restricted to digital service tax, but also includes other relevant measures that have not been defined that taxes non-resident companies without fiscal presence in the market jurisdiction. This is a challenge because withholding taxes on royalties and fees for technical services, which represent a significant source of revenue generation to our countries where payments are made, may be included in subsequent definitions of these measures. Thus, such taxes may no longer be collectible under the proposed rule. One other critical issue is that the project introduces a mandatory binding dispute resolution mechanism for amounts A and issues connecting to it, including all transfer pricing and business profit disputes, which implies that most tax disputes involving multinational enterprises cannot be determined under domestic legal framework, but under international arbitration. This will most likely lead to conflict with the requirements of domestic laws for many jurisdictions. Under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for instance, tax revenue disputes are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the relevant courts. In addition to this, the cost associated with international arbitration, the unreasonableness of arbitral awards which Nigeria has experienced of recent, and the low capacity in the arbitration processes are germane concerns for the developing countries. In summary, I'd like to say that our concerns are centered around the strong possibility that the terms of the proposed agreement may result in undesired outcomes for the revenue accruable to taxation jurisdictions. Many developing jurisdictions may experience negative or reduced revenue collections from the implementation of the outcome of the digital economy project. But having enumerated our concerns, let me state that Nigeria is still engaging the OECD G20 inclusive framework process, and we do hope to find resolutions of the issues that are worrying us. In conclusion, I want to say that the destiny of our economies lies in our hands. We may therefore need to put on our thinking caps and to explore possibilities of developing local solutions that work for us, either within our domestic tax rules or along regional blocks. And this is the perfect opportunity to start that discussion. In view of the foregoing, I want to urge delegates in this forum to remain focused on the facts that the ultimate goal is the equitable reallocation of profits to maximize revenues for our member states. That the issues that I have pointed out earlier and others which I have not should agitate our minds in the course of our discussions in this forum. And it is my hope that this conference will produce an actionable communique that will contribute to policy making, particularly for our member states. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
We can do more, we can do more, we can do more. Madame la ministre des Finances, du Budget et de la Planification nationale de la République fédérale du Nigeria. That was Mrs. Zainab Sanshuna Muhammad Ahmad, Minister of Finance, Budget and Planning of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that beautiful and powerful address. We are getting to the crescendo of this event, but before we call on to our special guest of honor to come and declare open this forum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to give you a brief documentary which will give you some sort of the story how WATAF came to be. It's a very brief documentary. I'm sure you'll see how that journey started and how we are today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to give you a brief story through a documentary that we put together that will retrace how our organization started 10 years ago. Multimedia, please, let's have the documentary. Thank you.
The year is 2021, and West Africa is taking charge of its own future. Across the continent, the paradigm is shifting, calling to enhance the lives of her citizens by financing better healthcare, quality education, improved sanitation systems, running water, electricity, good roads, and create sustainable social safety nets for the poorest of the poor. To achieve this, in 2011, the launch of WATAF provided the opportunity for tax authorities across West Africa to forge alliances, re-strategize, and work together to raise the West African economy.
Let me put the period in context. I was the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service from 2004 to 2012. What I found during that process was that there was a lot more engagement between countries outside of West Africa. But West Africa, we had our ECOWAS, which was engaging on larger economic issues, but not really on taxation, but not on tax rates, not on creating an enabling environment for countries or for businesses who operate within the region, signing of mutual exchange agreements, or even double taxation agreements to enable and encourage investments in that sub-region. Now we have similar issues. We're relating with similar cultures, similar challenges, similar people. We all come basically from and so some of the challenges you have in your country you can share with another. You understand where the other person is coming, find out what the other person has done right, and then you can exchange ideas accordingly. So I found that there was a benefit of coming together.
With WATAF, we're now able to get data that we're going to use for purpose of tax assessment, collection. We're enabling Nigeria mobilize more revenue.
The West African perspective on tax administration in the global arena is a unique one, and WATAF is set out to enhance that voice. It has fought for progress to develop capacities in West African countries for tax transparency and the exchange of information. It seeks to enhance the revenue potential of West Africa with the advent of e-commerce, hybrid financial instruments, coupled with increased sophistication of its fleet of tax advisors. They fight illicit financial flows and work towards administrative cooperation, which is at the heart of WATAF's long-standing partnership with the Global Forum through the Africa Initiative. This has led to the increase of effective revenue mobilization, which are foundational changes that all West African stakeholders seeking development will strive for if West Africa is to expedite its march towards economic self-reliance.
Convening a platform itself is a key product because you're bringing everybody together to talk, to share experience on topical issues.
But WATAF over the years have delivered quite a number of capacity building events, training, seminars, workshops have gone on again and again in various West African countries. The topics shared, which was areas of focus, building capacity in tax audit, looking at even how to do investigation and audit in specialized area in the finance sector, in the construction sector, in the telecom sector.
So the idea is keep being the center point for aggregating the needs of tax administrations in West Africa, and then keep engaging policy makers. And then we look forward to a time that we can say tax revenue, the domestic revenue is the mainstay of our economies in West Africa.
The vision calls for transforming economies across West Africa. It fosters a spirit of collaboration among all stakeholders as awareness building at the appropriate level remains crucial in West Africa. Looking forward, WATAF means maintaining partnerships which inspire policy and administrative reforms, developing assistance which inform the design of the national domestic revenue allocation strategy, specifically in areas
dans le domaine des transactions.
Transparency. Other interventions include strengthening links between tax revenue collection and spending decisions by government, developing and publishing a comprehensive tax expenditure framework, increasing involvement of key stakeholders in tax policy design through structured consultations, as well as assisting member countries to reverse all forms of illicit financial flows that erode revenue base in the continent, as these are indispensable for realizing the aspirations of WATAF member states to achieve an integrated and prosperous Africa.
Pour la taxation des multinationales et sur la taxation de l'économie numérique et également sur les questions des flux financiers illicites.
Liberia Revenue Authority.
I think we have the time to review it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stop from here because of time and then some technical issues. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons maintenant pratiquement donc ouvrir le forum. Nous allons inviter l'invité d'honneur pour le faire. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and my honor to bring to this place for the keynote address and the opening of this forum. In the person of Mr. Boss Mustafa, who is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation of Nigeria. Please, let's be on our feet as we welcome Mr. Mustafa.
The Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Hajia Zainab Samson Ahmed, the representative of the ECOWAS President, the Chairman of African Tax Administration Forum, the Chairman of WATAF, the Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Services of Nigeria, Mr. Muhammad Nami, and other heads of tax administrations in the West African sub-region, the Executive Secretary, WATAF, heads of agencies and departments here present, the Country Director of World Bank, Mr. Chowdhury, our development and donor partners, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me also acknowledge members of WATAF that are watching or participating in this meeting virtually. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. I am pleased to be invited to deliver the keynote address and formally declare the 17th General Assembly of West African Tax Administrations Forum, WATAF, which also serves as a celebration of the 10th anniversary of the formation of the forum. And I understand this is your third policy dialogue too. It is heartwarming to note that the theme of this year's event, taxation of the digital economy, exploring
untapped revenue sources in Africa is quite appropriate, as it reflects the fact that Africa as a whole, and the West Africa region in particular, is determined to advance the course of transiting from the trend of dependence on revenue from natural resources or foreign aid. Without doubt, taxation presents itself as a sustainable, controllable, and independent source of public revenue, and we all, as stakeholders in the tax system, must make every effort to uphold the renewed urgency of highlighting domestic resource mobilization as the key to efficient and sustainable revenue generation for developmental projects, particularly for developing countries. Over time, the importance of the advent of the internet has continued to grow, and one key area where there is increasingly obvious is in the development of e-commerce. Many platforms that started as social media platforms have transited into big businesses generating significant income, as it has since become commonplace for entities to consummate their business relationships remotely without a physical presence in the countries where goods and services are exchanged. In other words, the traditional brick-and-mortar business is now very much up against an entirely different business model. Suffice to say that while this presents great economic and business opportunities, on the one hand, it also presents a challenge on the other, as governments must find a way around what is still very much an emerging area of tax administration. In this regard, Nigeria is putting in place measures to ensure that we keep up to date with these developments and answer the question of what to collect and how to collect it as far as the digital economy is concerned. Therefore, our definition of what to collect, whether we call it income tax, digital service tax, or value-added tax, must address the issue of redefining who a taxable person or entity is to accommodate the fact that digital transactions sidetrack the ordinary and traditional understanding of jurisdictions. In addressing this question, Nigeria is constantly reviewing its domestic laws to identify changes required to bring the digital economy to taxation in country. The Finance Bill 2019, signed by President Muhammad Buhari in January of 2021, seeks to broaden the figures
alargar os gatilhos para habitação doméstica e internacional através das agências dependentes, através de plataformas online, Também Nigéria está participando nas discussões correntes com muitos corpos relatados com tributação, como o OECD, Comitê das Especialistas das Nações Unidas, CDAO e WATAF, para explorar soluções globais aos desafios tributários de digitalização da economia. Senhoras e senhores, é importante e pertinente destacar que, apesar da firmeza da política, legislação podemos realizar quase nada, a não ser que dávamos todos esses esforços para pôr em lugar medidas de colecionamento eficazes. Transações digitais devem que ser tributadas digitalmente. A intenção de nossos esforços é criar processos de colecionamento dos taxas, dos impostos que accruem da economia digital. O presidente da Nigéria, o presidente Muhammadu Buhari, deu força a esta iniciativa através de destrubamento de tecnologia como uma apoio do presidente, seu conselho executivo, nos seus esforços para a digitalização dos canais de colecionamento, em particular, é o processo da administração tributária em geral. Este é apoiado pela emenda às leis tributárias e habilitando as autoridades tributárias para usar tecnologia no processo do colecionamento dos impostos. Também a designação de um ministro como Ministro Federal de Comunicações e Economia Digital sublinha o interesse do governo no espaço digital do país. E nossa esperança que, a vital deste diálogo, que atrai a participação de intervenientes importantes da região da África Ocidental, criará um ambiente fértil com países semelhantes.
To challenges identified. Of course, as most of you would be aware, there is an ongoing debate in the country about responsibilities of tax administration. We will begin to learn from global best practices adopted by other countries, and also hope that you will gain something from our experience. Please Nigeria will continue to support all efforts towards regional economic integration.
Seja assegurado que Nigéria continuará a apostar na direção da integração regional pela prosperidade de nossas nações, nossa região e o continente em geral. Não posso concluir este endereço sem prestar homenagem ao chefe executivo de FIRS, sua equipe, bem como a equipe de WATAF, por agrupando todos vocês para fazer discussões sobre este tópico, sobre a direção de desenvolvimento de nossos países. Eu quero encorajar vocês a ver um ao outro como parceiros em progresso, juntar forças para reforçar nossos processos e instituições por melhor serviço. Para os que não são familiares com a cidade de Abuja, espero que vocês terão a oportunidade eventualmente de familiarizar-se com nossa cidade capital e desfrute do acolhimento e hospitalidade dos nigerianos. Mais uma vez, estou muito confiante que os resultados deste diálogo de política de 2 dias contribuirá significativamente ao desenvolvimento dos países. Mais uma vez, congratular todos vocês sobre o 10º aniversário da inauguração da WATAF e acolher todos vocês a este evento. Desejo a todos vocês deliberações proveitosas. Neste ponto, é a minha honra, prazer e formalmente declarar a 17ª Assembleia Geral e o 10º aniversário da criação da WATAF aberto. Muito obrigado por sua atenção. Deus abençoa o WATAF. Deus abençoa a República Federal de Nigéria. Muito obrigado.
Another round of applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. And you've given all the delegates and participants charge. And I'm sure that deliberations will center and focus around these very important issues you have raised, sir. And it is on behalf, as we bring this opening ceremony to a close, it's on behalf of the West Africa Traditional Forum and the FRS. We would like to appreciate and really thank you, sir, and the Honorable Minister, and all our very important guests for coming. Let's put our hands together once again for them. Thank you so much, sir. I also like to appreciate all our online participants, those who are joining from across the West African sub-region, all the 15 countries, both in Nigeria and across West Africa, on the online channels. We trust that you will stay with us as we close this opening ceremony. We'll bring it to a close, sirs, and we'll rise up for the national anthem. Thank you very much, our distinguished guest, Your Excellencies. We'll be taking photographs. So please, let's lead outside. Our special guest, please, the photographers will lead you, sir. Okay, let's do it first here. The heads of delegations should come. Heads of delegations. After them, okay, our special guest first. Then maybe all the delegates, let all the delegates come. I think you can squeeze in on the podium here. There are not many. All our delegates and special guests, please come. Delegates, Benin, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire, please come. Come here to the up so that you can take the photographs. Just be sure. Please, can ushers let them come? All our foreign delegates, please come. Some of you can come up here at the back. Just to be sure you're in. Liberia, Mali, everybody, please come. All our foreign delegates. There's space up here. Please come up. If you are further than this podium, please come up. Please come. Yes. Thank you very much. We'll proceed for tea break now. We should be back at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock? You want to say that in French?
Bon, mesdames et messieurs, nous avons une pause café et nous revenons dans 15 minutes à 12 heures exactement.
And don't leave your devices here. Please take them along with you. And any very important item, please don't leave them on the table.
N'oubliez pas d'aller avec vous, d'emporter tout ce que vous avez comme appareil, votre téléphone, si vous avez un laptop, ne laissez absolument rien derrière vous. Prenez ça, lorsque vous allez revenir, vous reviendrez avec ces appareils.
So tea break is served outside to my right. To my right. We're back at 12 o'clock. Colleagues, thank you so much.
Le thé est servi, le café c'est servi à ma droite. N'oubliez pas de prendre votre thé et revenir à 12 heures exactement.
Can you please try to urge everybody outside to come back in? Let's return to our seats, ladies and gentlemen, please. Please, WATAF, can we get the WATAF chairman, because he is moderating this session, so that you can come up the stage. And so, please, Mr. Sebastian Odima, Dr. Shimolo, Ms. Sachi, I think Dr. Waris might be joining virtually. So our panelists also get ready to come up. The paper presenter, Mr. Odile, please, ready. Thank you. There are still some people outside. Kindly return back your seats. Dr. Olagunju, Ms. Sachi, Thank you. This panel one will be focused on digitalization of the African economy, the growth of e-commerce. Technology innovations have transformed the way business is done. This has been exhibited during the COVID-19 pandemic, lockdown, social distancing, and led to business model that's just turned around dealing with you from far, digitally. The taxman must embrace this transition going on with the use of electronic channels to do business. That's what we want to discuss. So we begin. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, especially we need our country delegates to come back. So WATAF, get your delegates back into the hall, please. WATAF. I can see Gambia, they're there. Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, Niger. They were recognized while you were not here. Thank you, ma. So please, let's settle down. Thank you. And our executive chairman is also here. Please, FRS, let's settle down so that we can begin. So our panelists, please get ready. You'll be invited up now. Or please, you can come up right away. We can now introduce you when you're up. And our paper presenter. Welcome. You just have to come up and do a presentation. Okay. The WATAF chairman, you are chairing this. Please come up, sir. So, Mr. Sebastian Oduma, are you the one, sir? Okay. WATAF. Executive Secretary WATAF is here in the hall. Ms. Sachi is joining virtually, and Dr. Waris will be joining virtually. Are they joining virtually? Will not be able to join. Anja is joining virtually. Sure.
Okay, Claude?
Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, j'espère que vous avez repris un peu vos énergies avec les petits déjeuners que nous venons d'avoir. Nous allons passer maintenant à la session des panels. Et pour cette session, elle sera concentrée sur la digitalisation de l'économie africaine, la croissance du commerce électronique. Et nous avons pour modérateur M. Yankuba Dabo, qui est le président du FAFOA et commissaire général de la Gambian Revenue Authority. Le conférencier, c'est M. Tayo Oyedele. Il est partenaire en matière de politique fiscale et responsable de la fiscalité en Afrique de l'organisation PWC. Les panélistes sont M. Sébastien Odima, Dr Olagunju Ashimolowo, Madame Andrea Laura Ricardi Sachi, et j'apprends que Madame Atia Waris n'est pas avec nous. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm sure that we have a bit more energy to now listen to some experts' ideas that will come from our panel here. Please, let's welcome to the panel the moderator, Mr. Yankuba Dabo, Chairman WATAF and Commissioner General, the Gambian Revenue Authority. Let's please give him a round of applause. The paper will be presented by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC. He's here. Please, a round of applause for him. And here our panelist, Mr. Sebastian Odima, is the head of Tax Controversy Africa, AP Mola Maersk. Yeah, he's there. We also have Dr. Olagunju Ashimolowo, Director, Internal Audit, Operations and Evaluation Department, ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. Ms. Andrea Laura Ricardi Sachi. Okay, she will join us virtually. Let's give her an applause. She's a tax advisor of the Uruguayan Tax Administration. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to the moderator, and I will take it from there. Mr. Moderator, sir.
Thank you very much, MC. As he stated, this is the first panel discussions that we have today. Once again, thank you all very much for coming. We are very pleased to have all of you here today. And like it is stated, the topic today is digitalization of African economy, the growth of e-commerce, and the subject matter is technology, innovation, and development have transformed the way business processes are carried out. This is especially prominent during the COVID-19 pandemic as the measures put in place by government, example, the lockdowns, social distance, have necessitated the digitalization of business processes to aid business continuity. Therefore, Africa must, as a matter of urgency, embrace the transition to e-business culture if we are to remain relevant. This is the subject matter today. And we have a gentleman with full of experience who is going to do the presentations on this subject matter. And he is no other person than Mr. Tawo. And after his presentations, we also have panelists They will be coming forward as and when necessary, Mr. Sebastian and Dr. Ola. Then we have Miss Andrea, who will be on virtual with us. But as the program schedule is, we will first get Mr. Chao, who is a fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC. He is the one who is going to do the presentations for us as far as this subject matter is concerned. At the end of the panel discussion, once each of them did their presentation, you will be given opportunity to ask questions, and then the answers will be coming from the floor. Thank you once again. My name is Yankuba Dabo. I'm the chairman of the WATAF, and as well as the Commissioner General, Gambia Revenue Authority. Thank you, and you are all welcome. Welcome, Mr. Tower. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand on existing protocols. I will move straight into the presentation that I have, which I have only 30 minutes to deliver, and is on digitalization of the African economy, the growth of e-commerce. The outline that I have is to quickly speak about giving the overview and the context, and then we move on to digitalization, doing business, and the African economy. I just realized I have to speak a little bit slowly because of the interpretation. Then we look at revenue mobilization issues and challenges, and then I'll share my final thoughts and what I consider should be the next steps for us. Now, I think a good starting point is to remind us that technology is as old as man, without being gender biased, man and woman. And we've always had innovation, even in the Stone Age. And you see the images on the screen from being able to hunt using tools, farming, money, knitting of cloths. And we have the first electromechanical binary programmable computer in 1936. Motorola invented the first mobile phone in 1973. Look at it there, it's almost the size of a computer today, desktop. And the internet, the World Wide Web, was invented in 1989, just about 32 years ago. And that's what transformed e-commerce as we know it today. So e-commerce is just 32 years old. And it's amazing the kind of transformation that we have seen in that period of time. Now, the mobile phone started becoming smart because when mobile phones were not smart, they were not useful for e-commerce. As soon as they became smart, they became very important tools for e-commerce. And then the emergence on the next slide shows that technology has altered everything, the way we work, live, play, and the way we do business. And also to a large extent, the way we do governance and tax administration. The term digital economy was actually coined in 1995 by Don Tapscott in the book titled The Digital Economy, Promise and Peril in the Age of Networked Intelligence. So even this digital we're talking about, it's pretty young. And you see to the right of the screen, the largest companies in the world in terms of how much traffic they receive on their website. And you see there's no doubt, Google is a super giant. Why is that important? It's not their market capitalization, but it's even more important than market cap, because today data is worth more than natural resource that you find under the ground. And you see on the next page, the Internet of Everything, which shows that as of 2020, just last year, 1 minute on the internet, you will receive about 4.7 million YouTube views in just 1 minute. More than 5.9 million messages on WhatsApp, just 1 minute. And of course, Netflix, 764,000 hours of movies being watched in 1 minute. And I can go on and on and on. This 1 minute of 2020, if you do it for 2021, it would have increased significantly. The growth is exponential. So a lot is happening, including commerce, happening every minute. Now, social media is a subset of this. And when social media started, people of our generation said it is the platform for teenagers who have no work. Fast forward to 2021, we have suddenly and quickly realized that it's a platform for doing business. It's a platform for governance, including by policymakers. It's a platform for discovery. There are people who just go on YouTube. They didn't need anyone's permission. They just recorded a video, some of them a couple of minutes. And before we knew it, they became internet sensations. And they became people who are making money like there's no tomorrow. For those of us who are in Nigeria, you may have heard the story of Mr. Macaroni, right? Very popular guy, making a lot of money today doing adverts. He wanted to act in Nollywood, and nobody was giving him the opportunity. So he just went and did his own recording, and the public accepted him. Today, he's making a lot of money. That's the power of social media. So we have 4.2 billion social media users across the world, and it's growing exponentially. We now have influencers on social media who make more money than media houses, and they're not even registered as businesses. So the world has changed. So if we then move on to the next aspect of my conversation, which is this digitalization, what impact does it have on doing business, and more importantly, on the African economy? We need to remind ourselves, and this is all over the place, you must have heard it 1,000,001 times, excuse me, which is that the world's largest taxi firm, which is Uber, owns no cars. And the world's most popular media company is Facebook. It does not create content. And the world's most valuable retailer, Alibaba, carries no inventory. And the world's largest accommodation provider, Airbnb, does not own a single property. So, the model for which we design the world's tax system has shifted dramatically into a different structure, different platform, and therefore our tax system does not look like it's still fit for purpose. By the way, the current tax system of the world was developed over 100 years ago when we did not even have the internet. Within the continent of Africa, we have seen the fast growth of fintech, for example, with a lot of platforms and some fintech companies growing bigger and faster than traditional financial institutions. In Nigeria, for example, we have seen Flutterwave, right? And the valuation, I think, was $1 billion. $1 billion is more than the valuation today of First Bank and UBA combined. It's amazing. UBA and First Bank has been around for over 100 years. And their valuation is not up to half of just one fintech just in Nigeria. It tells you, and these guys are still growing faster than even the traditional financial institutions. So which means that gap is only going to get even wider. Now, COVID-19 has a lot of negatives. You will struggle to find one positive. The only one we can find is that COVID-19 has accelerated the adoption of technology. I remember before COVID-19 outbreak, I used to brag around that in my company, we allow our staff to work from home virtually. It was a big deal. And some people felt, well, it's your business. You can work from home if you want. Fast forward to 2021. Everybody has to work from home or find a way to work from home because it's no longer a necessity. It's a matter of business continuity. And what this has done is that the conversation about technology, which even before COVID-19 was taking over the world, has just been escalated. It has been facilitated. It has been multiplied. The essential technologies that are going to change the world and continue to change the world include Internet of Things, augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain and virtual currencies, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, drones and robotics. So we heard Rwanda is already delivering products, medical products using drones, right? So these are not very far from home. Big data and analytics, genetic engineering and quantum computing. So this is taking the power of the computer as we know it today and multiply it by hundreds of times. You know, so it's almost unimaginable what the world is going to look like in the next few years from today. So digital disruption is going to affect every aspect and every area of our lives. It is not only creating new products and new businesses, it's taking the traditional and old business platforms and transforming them almost completely. A university is still a university, but students no longer have to come to the campus. They no longer have to sit in a physical classroom. That is what we're beginning to see. You don't have to be big. Even small companies can now compete internationally. Each time we talk about technology, digital economy, and tax mobilization, we tend, in my view, to put too much focus on multinationals. And I'll show you a slide very soon, which in my view shows that as much as you focus on those multinationals, do not forget to look inwards within your countries, because actually that's where the bigger value is. So we'll see logistics, financial services, manufacturing, education, healthcare, and of course the media. I can't remember the last time I bought a printed newspaper. Before COVID-19, I used to get like 4 newspapers on my desk every day, printed one. So imagine if you're a media company and your strength is in delivery of those printed newspapers. You'll be out of business very quickly because the world has moved online. You can now read the news online. So the 4th Industrial Revolution, which the World Economic Forum brought to the consciousness of the world, is also driving this revolution. And Africa is not left behind. So the 4th Industrial Revolution is set to further blur the boundary between the physical, digital, and biological worlds, infusing everything together. It will be a fusion of advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, genetic engineering, quantum computing, and other technologies infused together. So you just blink and you can buy something from a store. You're thinking of what you want to buy, and it already knows. You know, sometimes when you search for something, you just search for something online, right? Every other thing you are finding is that same thing you just searched for, right? Because the world is now interconnected. You know, we're even saying, you know, the other time I was joking with a friend, I said some of the information we need to even fight insecurity, say in Nigeria, for example, that we're struggling to find. You know, Google has them. Google know where you slept yesterday, right? Imagine that, you know, and this is just on a lighter note. If a married man is playing around, right, and they went and take out another man's wife, you know Google knows. You know why? The phone of the man and the phone of the woman were together overnight. And Google knows where exactly both of them were. So a lot of information that someone said I should not go there. So you need to be very careful what you do. It goes beyond even paying taxes. Anyway, so the fourth industrial revolution is just going to add more in terms of like adding more flame to the fire of technology revolution that we already have. The South African government has created a Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in conjunction with the World Economic Forum for dialogue and cooperation on the continent on issues to do with the Fourth Industrial Revolution. WATAF needs to link up with that. So also is ATAF. There's the launch of the Africa Growth Platform, also an initiative of the World Economic Forum, focusing particularly on the digital opportunities for African companies. How can they grow and how can they compete internationally? As businesses grow and they compete, we should have conversations about their taxes and contributions to the national treasury. So the growth of e-commerce has cut across, like I said before, traditional goods, even books and foods and shoes and bags, which continue to be traditional, are now being delivered electronically. You don't even need to know who the seller is, and you can buy. Conventional services like training, surgery, legal, and accounting services are being delivered online. You don't need to know the service provider. You're only interested in the service. We have digital goods like card readers, ATM cards, downloadable movies, Netflix, crypto. We have digital services, online advertising, online news, webinars, online training, and even online dating as well. We have platforms such as the YouTube, online stores for ordering goods and services, Airbnb, sharing economy like Uber, and we have software as a service, particularly used in the fintech industry, including for profiling. One fintech company, I was speaking to a board member of a fintech company in Nigeria. He said, all this credit analysis that bank will hire plenty of people. You see some banks, they have 20 people in their credit analysis. They said they don't need a single person to do credit analysis. You know what they do? You want to borrow from them, they ask for your phone number, they ask for your email, and they make you sign a declaration to waive confidentiality. They take your phone number and your email, and a software will interrogate and analyze everything. So for example, if you default in making a payment, chances are that there will be a message, including what you have deleted, right? So it does the analysis and comes up in less than 2 minutes as to your credit worthiness, just from your phone history, including deleted messages, as well as email. When they started using that, the accuracy of prediction of the result they were getting was 90% better than when they hired human beings with 20 years of experience. So this is the power that we're talking about, and it's only going to get better, not worse. So we have an example of e-commerce businesses across Africa, like Jumia, reported a 50% increase in their transactions in the first 6 months alone of 2020, of course, facilitated by COVID-19. Paystack recorded 500% increase in transactions compared to the pre-pandemic period, and Kenya business reported a 150% increase in orders that they received in the first weeks of the pandemic. So you now see the most valuable companies in the world, top 10, about 6 out of the top 10 are digital companies. So we have the Digital Economy for Africa initiative, which is really about how do we ensure that we play in this space of digital technology. It seems to be providing the world with a level playing field. Africa was behind. In the first industrial revolution, we're behind in the second industrial revolution, we're behind the third industrial revolution, but the fourth industrial revolution is not so much about your size. There's really nothing that America can do that Nigeria or Ghana or Gambia or Senegal cannot do if they want to when it comes to technology. You don't need to spend billions of dollars. You know, in fact, what I've found out is sometimes the more established companies, they're spending tens of millions of dollars, and you just find one small startup with some guys who just left university with $1,000, $2,000, they're already doing the same thing you're trying to spend $10 million on, because it's about innovation, it's about creativity. So I'll be moving now quickly towards the end of my presentation, looking at revenue mobilization, the issues and challenges, and I'm being mindful that there's a session maybe later today or tomorrow, focusing particularly on this. So I will just keep my comments and remarks to very high-level issues. And the first comment I have here is that the fact that the landscape is changing very fast. And you see there, Bill Gates once said that since robots are likely to take over some of our jobs, should we ask robots to pay tax, the taxes that we would have paid? Because he's Bill Gates, we cannot say he's dumb, because he's clearly not dumb, right? Because the question is, if you ask robots to pay personal income tax and they refuse, what would you do to them? If you put them in jail, they can't even tell the difference between being in jail and being at home. But I suppose the message there is to get us thinking as tax policymakers and tax administrators, what will we do if we lose 60% of our workforce today? You know that personal income tax is the highest revenue yielding head in the world. In the US, it contributes to about 41% of their revenue. In South Africa, it's about 38% of government revenue. For the OECD countries, 35%. It is under threat because you may lose close to 60% of that to technology. What then happens? And remember, these people also have to be supported in many countries under the social security system. So who is going to be contributing the money to support them if robots are doing the work? So, but I suppose the main point there is, what do we need to do differently? And can we please move with the sense of urgency? And those issues include questions around permanent establishment rules and digital presence, remote working and residency rule. Personally, this is one area that I feel that the world is failing itself. COVID came without announcing to us. We had to struggle, we had to adapt. And that meant in terms of surviving, people had to work remotely. And we left the tax laws the way they were, even up to now as we speak. What does it now mean for me in terms of my place of residence versus the place where I have my work, if they are not exactly the same? I can sit down here in Abuja and work for 4 companies in 4 different continents. Where would I be tax resident? Should we insist on our old rules so I cannot work? Clearly, that's not the objective. You should allow me work and earn a living and then figure out how to do your taxes so you are fair to me and fair to all those countries in which my employers are based. Clearly, the current rules are not going to solve the problem. How do we deal with intangible properties and non-traditional transactions such as software as a service, and so on and so forth? It leads me to the next conversation around the digital economy and the taxation of it. And the first thing to my mind was the conversation around the social contract and whether the social contract is broken. Politicians then quickly took over this conversation and said it must be something to do with the multinationals not paying the right amount of taxes. Why that is important? I also think that it's not the only thing that is important. So the G20, the OECD, later on with the inclusive framework, came up with all these fantastic presentations about the 15 BEPS action plans. And just to remind you that the transition of the digital economy is action 1 of that plan. And that is what has now metamorphosed into so many things we're seeing today, including the two pillars proposal that we call Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. As you see on that next screen, there's a journey of what we've gone through, and that you would go through once you get the slides. Easy peasy. But to the right of that screen, on the next slide, as I was doing this, putting these slides together, I read this report by the OECD, just looking at tax administration in 2021. And they had looked at about 59 countries. And the data, even though it's tiny, but a lot of it struck me. How do I mean? The revenue collection by these 59 countries, was 12.3 trillion euros. I decided to, being a mathematician and an accountant, I decided to divide it by the number of countries. And I came to a conclusion that the average revenue collection by each of these 59 countries was about $250 billion. I then look into Africa, my dear continent. How much are we collecting in a year? Ladies and gentlemen, Africa collects about $400 billion in a year in revenue, in tax revenue. Which means, if you take two countries on the average, Africa is not even collecting what they're collecting. And of course, certainly, West Africa, back home, is not even collecting what one of those countries are collecting. So which shows that there's a lot to do. There's a long way to go. And this is also my reason for saying, even though the world tends to be spending about 90% of our efforts on BEPS, which is important, but the analysis shows that the amount at stake is less than 1% of the global tax revenue. So why you debate 1%? Because I would also argue that it's not just about the 1%, it's about the fairness of the system, and that makes it very important. But we have to be mindful that there's another 99%, and we should never lose sight of it while we're trying to debate 1%. So different countries around the world had introduced different unilateral measures to try and tackle the digital economy. And I won't go into the details. You've seen significant economic presence rules, modification of PE definition. You've seen things like turnover taxes, equalization levy like places in India, a combination of measures in many countries, and so on and so forth. So, but what is really needed to tackle this problem is a global approach, because it's not a problem that any country can solve alone, and that's where it gets complicated. How do you get the world to agree? Given that the interests of the world will never be the same. Why some countries are losing revenue? It is because other countries are benefiting from it. How do you get everyone to agree? Very difficult, but not impossible. And I'll share with you towards the end of my presentation what my recommendations are. So we have Pillar 1, essentially around profit allocation and nexus. Can we redefine how we allocate profits? And Pillar 2 is the global minimum tax. And I think the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning did an excellent job of summarizing what the issues are and the position of Nigeria. So I won't go into the details of all of this. As you would see, WATAF has its own perspective of Pillars 1 and 2, including identifying the positives and the areas for attention. And some of the areas for attention is, why are we focusing on residual instead of total profit? Why do we want to only reallocate about 20 to 30%? Why not at least 35%? I think we can actually be more bullish about the 35. Why not a higher percentage? Right? Why don't we have a minimum, global minimum tax rate that is higher than 15, at least 20%, and so on and so forth? And why this mandatory binding dispute resolution? So Nigeria also has its own perspective of why we haven't signed, and I do agree with the analysis of why Nigeria has not signed. Apparently in Africa, it's only Nigeria and Kenya. The other countries are mostly the islands and tax havens, that haven't signed. But knowing why Nigeria has not signed, I'm 100% behind Nigeria. I think many countries sign based on political pressure. But then they're going to find the hard reality when they need to domesticate, because you have to explain it to your lawmakers. So I'll say good luck with that. So we've seen African countries using technology. So this is not like, we are not doing anything. From South Africa around payee tax collection tools, to Rwanda, where they have fiscalization of tax receipts, to Kenya, where they have the iTax system using some artificial intelligence, to Ghana, where they decided a couple of months ago that they're replacing tax ID with national ID. And it's projected that that alone would expand the tax net by over 300%, from 5 million to 15.5 million people. Rest of the world, we've seen Singapore with predictive modeling, to Finland, where they have how they deal with the cash economy, to Mexico, where they have a solution for false invoicing when you lie. And this solution can analyze 10 million invoices in minutes. Before then, you needed more than 10 experienced tax officers working months, day and night, to do the same work that this software does in minutes. And Italian Revenue Authority has a solution for risk assessment of taxpayers. So my final thoughts. COVID-19 has become the single biggest catalyst for digital transformation and has moved digitalization from a niche market into mass adoption. So it's no longer a nice to have, it's what everybody has to do. This is according to the African Union Commissioner. And for me, in trying to wrap up, the key message is Africa needs to develop a fit-for-purpose approach to digital taxation. It doesn't have to be something we copy from Europe. It doesn't have to be something we copy from America. And if we have to copy at all, we have to then paste special. In trying to address this issue, we must be mindful so we don't impose double taxation, just as we do not want to end up with double non-taxation. We have to carefully address the issue of permanent establishment, best transfer pricing, nexus in terms of VAT on online sales. How do we deal with stamp duties for electronic transfers and receipting and agreements? How do we address online filing and payment? How do we deal with big data to ensure that we have the knowledge to tax the right people at the right time at the right rates? How about digital currency? I'm one of the guys who disagree with our central bank in Nigeria to say we hereby ban people from buying virtual currencies. What we needed to do is to try and regulate and understand. So as people make money, we develop the rules so we can share in their prosperity. Rather than being reactive, we need to become proactive. Africa must find a balance between taxation of the digital economy without stifling innovation and development. Neither should there be double taxation nor double non-taxation. And COVID has shown that technology is no longer a nice to have, but a necessity for survival. Tax authorities cannot afford to be left behind. And as I close, my closing comment is, one, as we play around with all of this, let's remember that we need to keep things simple. We need to remember that providing clarity and certainty is actually the secret to generating more revenue. The more confusion, the less money you make. It doesn't matter how you design the system. Can we also try and remember to do impact assessment of the measures we have introduced? How well are they working and what lessons can we learn so we can review and make them better? Can we also keep a focus on how do we grow the pie rather than just the bite we are getting from the pie? If the pie is bigger, even a smaller bite will give you bigger revenue. Interestingly, I looked at the OECD, and over the past 20 years, their tax rate average has come down significantly, but their tax revenue to GDP ratio has gone up significantly. So sometimes you may get less, but from a bigger base. And for me, that's actually the way to go for Africa. Should we start championing a new focus on the broader conversation about the tax system, not only just about digital economy? And does Africa need a plan B in case pillars 1 and 2 don't work for us? And here's my recommendation as I close. I think that the conversation is about base erosion and profit shifting. So it does not make sense to me that any proposal whatsoever will reduce my tax base. It's the exact opposite of what we set out to do. Maybe Africa should tell the world, we want a modification of these pillars 1, pillars 2, and whatever it is. And what do we want? Number one, can we have a model that says, as a country, particularly for developing countries, I'll take the higher of what I would have gotten under my domestic legislation and what you are offering me under this your inclusive framework, the higher of the two, subject to a condition that says I must not discriminate against digital businesses, and that will make it fair. You should not introduce any tax that is specially designed for digital economy, because it's not a crime to do business online. At the same time, I should not have to lose my tax base because you have introduced measures to curb base erosion and profit shifting. It's counterintuitive. If they can allow Africa to drive a model like that, even including arbitration, we only have a conversation if the higher is the inclusive framework, then I'll go for your arbitration. But your arbitration must never make me fall below what I would have collected within my domestic legislation. Thank you very much for paying attention to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the presenter, Mr. Tower. I think if we allow him, he can stay for another 1 hour or more, because he has a lot in stock that he has to present, but due to time constraint, we have to ask him to spend nothing more than 30 minutes. I must say that I am really impressed and happy. I believe it or not, I did not see this crowd in the morning. Would you believe that? Because I just came in from that door, and then I sat, I give you my back. And then after I was called to speak, I just speak, and then I went back. But now is the time I'm really seeing that the hall is full of people. I am sure Baba Tunde must be very happy today. I am sure my brother Mohammed also must be very happy, the chairman of FRI. And then I am also delighted to have all of you in this house. I really, really, really am impressed that I think all of you will take notes of the presentations and the discussions, so that at the end of the day, we will also allow questions from the floor, and then my able presenter and also the panelists will also answer some of your questions. But just to say a few words, I know the presenter you are following, but he did mention something like 4.2 billion internet users all over the world. This is amazing. Sometimes we don't really take note of some of these statistics and data, but I'm happy that my brother have keeping note of that. And he did also mention what impact those digitalization has in the world. It has increased the market size for businesses. We all believe in that. That's an open secret. And thank you for letting us know that. And he also mentioned about COVID-19 has changed the digital world. Some people who have not been using the internet over the period. COVID-19 has also forced us to, everybody to be internet friendly. And that's a hard fact. So it has this advantage, but it has also advantages. The less newspapers, we have less readers of the traditional newspapers. Thank you for letting us know that. I used to buy newspapers in the past a lot, but with the coming of the internet nowadays, all the papers on the net, I use the internet to read most of the headlines and the details of the areas that I'm interested. And he made mention of first revolution, second and third, and of which all Africa is left behind. But the interesting thing he made in the presentation was about the fourth revolution, and that he made mention of the fact that Africa has now the talent, the capabilities. And I trust, and I believe in that, because I have a son who is about 12, 13 years. What he can do with computers, I cannot even do the half. When we have problems at the house, he is the one we always call to come and help us. So I believe that what he said is the truth. We have the talent in Africa. So the fourth revolution will not be left behind. And et cetera, but a lot of the things you just take note when the questions comes, you can bring the issues of double taxation, issues related to the big data, is related to impact assessment over some of the new ideas that we brought over a period of time. It is not always bringing ideas, bringing new things, and then you just move on like that. It is also important what he mentioned, the fact that we need to assess. We need to do the impact assess. We brought this project, that project, that project over the period. Now we have to sit down at one point and assess and see what those projects have believed. Are they good or they have more advantage or disadvantage? Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much for the great presentation. At this point in time, I want to invite the panelists. One of them, Sebastian, who happens to be the head of the tax controversy, Africa AP, Mola, Max, an expert in shipping. I have a question for him, and the questions, he will try to attempt to answer the questions and go into the details of other areas, and then you can also pay attention and take note, so that at the end of the presentations, you can also come up with questions. My brother, the question is this. Given the critical role shipping and logistics firms like yours play in the global e-commerce, what have been your experience with the rapid rise of the e-commerce in Africa, and what tax issues has it raised, if any? Please, we would want you to deliberate on this, and then we will take note. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have the floor. Yeah, you can come.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. One of the things I want to do is just try to break down when we talk about, first of all, we know that shipping and logistics is what enables trade. And it's the reason why even during the lockdowns by different countries, some of them still made provision for some of the vessels to call at the different countries. But the main thing is that when it comes to e-commerce for shipping and logistics, so I'm going to deal with them, fragment them a little bit within the short time. For shipping, whatever innovation that you do, you still have to have those big stuff calling at different ports. And because of also the freight rates have been commoditized. And so the question is, how do you increase using digitization? And we are all familiar with this popular phrase that the customer is king. And so most of the digitization for the shipping world is about how do we make the life of the customer simpler. Now, if I make the life of the customer simpler, it means that my volume of trade will increase. So what are some of those innovations? One is a software that enables you to book for a space in the vessel. Now, it's called the vessel capacity utilization. Now, what this does is to make sure that if you have a particular set of goods to transport, you're able to get a space. Because remember, during COVID, most of them that maybe have like 5 vessels calling at a particular country were reduced to like 2 because of volume. And so it becomes very difficult for a lot of people to be able to get space. Now, what that did was now to make it easier sitting at home for you to book a space in the vessels. The second part, for those of us in agri, is what we call remote container monitoring. So you have these specialized containers that transport agri products because they need to go at a particular temperature range. Now, what this software does for you is to ensure that at every point in time, you're able to track whether the temperature of that container is still within the temperature of your product that is going. So if you're transporting citrus, or you're transporting fish, or you're transporting meat. So these are some of those things. So what have these things done? Is that now most shipping companies are now competing because you are trying to present what makes the life of your customer easier. But what are the task challenges that come from that particular part? It may not be looking at the income part, but then how do you allocate the cost of those software? Because most of them are centrally developed. And I know that yes, in Africa, most of us have gone on for shipping more or less on turnover tax. And because the rules across Africa, for example, is not centralized when it comes to taxation of shipping income, the question then is, how do you allocate that? If I go by revenue, it may not be the same taxable revenue because some taxable revenue in the country A may be different from the way it's taxed in country B. That's the key challenges. How do you allocate that cost? And when you do that, how do even the tax authority, make sure that they're able to determine that? Because I believe that even while you try to collect, if the cost of collection is quite high, then it does not make sense. If I want to collect $1 million and the cost of collection is $300,000, and when I can collect that in using $100,000, that's what I should be aiming for. How do I simplify the tax rules to make sure that the taxpayers, the multinationals in this particular industry are able to know what is the right tax they need to pay, what do they need to recognize? That's the first part. Then you now come to the logistic aspect. Now, when you talk about logistics, it talks about the custom clearing, the warehousing, and then ability to some other things you do in country. Those ones, for example, if you talk about warehousing, you must have a warehouse in those countries. But then somebody outside may then decide, I have a goods coming in, and my warehouse may not be available to accommodate that in a particular time. How do I ensure that immediately I have enough space? Those are part of the software you're working on as well. I remember when in shipping that the concept of when Uber became popular and somebody asked the question, is it possible to have an Uber model for the shipping industry? And the question is, how many people can even afford to acquire one vessel? A cost of a vessel, a mid-sized vessel, is about close to $50 million. So it's not like a car that anybody can acquire and decide that, okay, this car, I don't need it, I can put it for businesses. So when you look at that, the digitalization for the shipping industry more or less has aimed at how do you make the life of the customer easier. If the life of the customer is easier, it means that translates to more volume, and more volume is more revenue for you. But the other part that I feel that most times is not taxed is the people I call the secondary logistic people, and it became prominent during the COVID lockdown. And so you may sit in Nigeria or sit in Ghana and purchase stuff off Amazon. But because Amazon does not have a delivery station in Nigeria, you pay someone in US or in UK to do those delivery. And those delivery come through your post office or through your DHL. And you realize that more often than not, those packages, already the cost has gone above the minimum threshold where you don't get to pay custom duties. But because our post offices and the people that monitor that part don't have the technology to actually quantify what's the cost of those deliveries, what is the cost of those parcels coming in, the issue of the custom on those goods, one, the VAT on those goods, keep unaddressed. Those are some of the lost income that we need to think about. How do we need to do that? Once we set the diminished rule for what is subject to custom duties and in addition, VAT, how do you ensure that somebody buys stuff? At times somebody buys like 5 computers and then it's sent it through the post office or through DHL. There's no custom because it's just, you pay the delivery charge by the post office. So which for me, I became very, as I said, it became very prominent during COVID because a lot of people that ordinarily would have traveled to do those purchases have to sit at their home to purchase them. And then when most people realized that actually even the tax on them became lower, that became the main medium for how you process this part. So I have just 5 minutes, so I will just stop there. But the main issue is developing processes that is simplified for taxation. And so we're talking about shipping and logistics. How do we ensure that they do not suffer double taxation? If they are taxed in a particular way in Nigeria and the same vessel goes to Togo, how do we ensure that the income that is taxed in Nigeria is not also taxed in Togo and then maybe also in Ghana? And how do you even allocate the cost? You have a vessel calling from Europe and costs more like more than 10 countries before it gets to Nigeria. And if you decide to say, okay, I want to now tax the person based on actual basis, how do you allocate the cost of those vessels? Will you say, okay, I'm going to use revenue? So I use Nigeria, for example. What is taxable beyond the demurrage based on the new rules? And the freight is your outboard, what I call export freight. So if I'm going to be apportioning the revenue or the cost, will I be using the total freight revenue, or will I just be using for Nigeria the export freight and those other income that is taxable in Nigeria? So these are some of the things I believe that as we are here as tax administrators, we'll be looking at it, how do we make these things simpler? For the taxpayer and for multinationals out there, most of them want to comply, but we have to ensure that the cost of compliance as well is not so high, and then it's simple to comply, and it's also simple for the tax authorities to collect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. I think that was very good. You've given us a very good education on shipping, and I believe my fellow participants have learned a lot during these short discussions that we had with him. And also, I would urge you to put down some corrections in case we are done with presentations. You can put it forward. Maybe he can elaborate more. But one or two things that I pointed out is it's amazing that all the shipping agencies are now developed softwares that makes their work very easy. And I understand also the manifests are all transferred electronically. Now, traditionally or in the past, it wasn't the case. They have to send the manifest on hard copies. And we have to struggle with the hard copies to look at the importers list, the contents of the containers and the likes. But with the new developments now, most of those things are done on electronically. They do it and then transfer it to the customs departments, and then they have it in their systems. And also, it is amazing to learn that now they have developed, remote monitoring for containers, so that anywhere the ships are, at the level of their offices, they can monitor them and even know the conditions of this. That is really, really, really very good. And these are all the new innovations, new technologies that we are learning, alongside. Rules of taxations are also, you mentioned that it's not harmonized in Africa in terms of tax rate. That is the fact. Even the neighbors, countries that are neighbors, we have different tax system, rate systems. And this is also affecting us somehow in terms of trade. These are some of the things that ECOWAS is working very hard to make sure that things are done in a form of a harmonized system. And I think that would be of benefit to all of us in the near future. And he also mentioned about cost of taxation. If, for example, your cost of collections is less than the money you spend, what is the use of spending the money in a new innovation? So it's always good to look at the two sides. That it's good to come up with new ideas, new things that you want to do, but it's always good to make sure that you don't spend more than what you will realize in the future. Finally, he talks about the Amazon lacking, stores in our part of the world, Africa, and as a result, this will cost us more, because if you order from an Amazon store in America, instead of sending it directly to Gambia or Nigeria, you have to get your neighbor or a family friend or a friend in America where they will deliver the goods, and then later on that person will have to manage to send. So at the end of the day, the cost increases. So I think it's high time we also try to see how we can get some of these delivery stores in our part of the world. Thank you very much for that education. And the second presenter we have in the house today is no other than Dr. Ola. And Dr. Ola is a director of ECOWAS. And I have a very interesting questions for you, Doctor, and which I want you to discuss with the people in this place. And that is, what has the ECOWAS Bank done to deepen the e-commerce subsector in Africa? And how can the bank work with the tax administrations of member states to craft the tax policies that boost e-commerce without depleting their revenue base? So, Doctor, you have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, dear participants. This afternoon, I'll be talking to us on what the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development is doing towards deepening the tax base in member countries, and how we can assist the tax administration authorities to increase their tax revenue base. First, I'll try and start with the background. What are the challenges? Most of us who came from outside Nigeria today came through one airport or the other. If you look at the fellows selling books at the airport, today they sell more e-books than those established bookshops. I came from Togo. I came in through Lagos over the weekend, and the young man at the airport said, "Oh, boss, whatever you need, I have it, either e-books or whatever." I said, "Okay, let me just give this guy a trial." He actually brought a system that had over 500 e-books. So within a period of 5 minutes, I bought more than 10 e-books from this fellow. The tax managers in Nigeria are here. I'm not sure whether you have tagged that gentleman. I'm not reporting him. This is the same situation we have all the way from Praia to Banjul down to Lagos. The challenges of bringing these fellows to the tax net. The second challenge is the fact that our infrastructure today is tailored towards the analog. Most of the tax administration infrastructure are the aged and the ancient ones that we acquired many years ago, and there is need for us to upgrade this to capture the likes of my friends and a lot of entrepreneurs who are online today, generating content online that are marketable. A good example is YouTube. In many of our countries today, we have a lot of e-preneurs who make a lot of money on YouTube. They sit down in the corners of their bedroom, have some connectivity, make money, and that's it, never taxed. In West Africa specifically, most of our entrepreneurs today that are online are actually SMEs. Many of the established names are not yet here. When you talk of the like of Google and so on, maybe Google has a presence in Lagos and Accra. I'm not sure of any other member state that has them. The third part is the fact that some of our existing regulations need to be upgraded to address the current realities. Because the truth is that the rule of the game has changed. And there is this proverb that says when the dancing step change, when the drum beat changes, the dancing step must equally change. The rule has changed, but there is need for us as administrators to also change that. Now, what is ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development doing to assist governments along this line? First is the fact that majority of our governments in the sub-region today have identified the need to upgrade the tax collection system. So for us as a bank, our focus is on developmental projects that will enhance the tax collection system in all member states. So we give priority to many of these programs or projects that will be financed by any of these member states. And we have quite a number of them today. Without being specific, we have in Liberia, the tax collection is also linked to your national ID card. The national ID card system in Liberia today is about being upgraded. They have an existing system that is partially automated, and they are looking for a better way of managing the system. So we are working with them. In Côte d'Ivoire, for some of us who are from Côte d'Ivoire, we have this Zone Franche de Biotechnologie, de la Technologie. This is a project that we partner with the government to co-finance with the objective of creating a technology hub for many of the technology-savvy individuals in the country and also companies to come over to develop their product that are marketable to anywhere in the world. And some of these fellows have actually had very good stories. In Ghana today, because of the need for us to improve the existing system across board, we're also working with the government in Ghana to rebuild some of the infrastructures at the high courts, such that when we have adequate system in place that will address the challenges of technology, they will be able to handle issues that borders around disputes on e-commerce transactions or tax administration. So these are projects that the bank has given priority to in the last couple of years and will continue to do so. Here in Nigeria, we understand the fact that there is need to help the SMEs to develop as an engine of growth. Most of the businesses in Nigeria today, maybe if you look at the numbers, SMEs employ maybe up to 60-70% of the labor workforce. And if you go into the details of who these SMEs are, what we have seen is the fact that a number of them are actually into technology products. So we also work with the government to ensure that these business people are encouraged to be able to grow their business and develop products that are marketable anywhere in the world. And we have quite a number of them. So we do this by channeling our financing resources to local institutions, the likes of Bank of Industry and a few other commercial banks in Nigeria. Now, having understood the magnitude of the problem and the fact that we need to overhaul the existing tax administration structure in member states, how do we help? First, we help by ensuring that because of our closeness to the member states, all the governments across board in the 15 countries, we are very close to them, and we ensure that anything that will enhance the upgrade of the tax administration system is given priority. This is what we drive, and we do not only just do the talking, we also put our financing activity towards this line, from Togo to Cote d'Ivoire to Senegal, what have you. We have some institutions in Senegal, I will not mention the name. It's called, the organization is into transformation of products, agri products from raw states to finished state, and they deploy technology to do this. So one of our assistance is that we ensure that the deployment of technology is fully financed by the bank, and this is a very good success story in Senegal today. And we have other startup institutions like that in all our member countries in the 15 ECOWAS states. For the tax administration organizations in most countries, we assist the government to ensure that these institutions are up to date, and that if there is need to upgrade whatever, we grant financing towards that line. Also, there is need for the legislation in our member countries to be also up to date in line with the requirements of technology, bearing in mind that technology businesses have their own peculiarities. Like the example I gave earlier on, the existing bookshops may think we are having a lot of stock not being sold. Whereas this fellow who has just a single computer that costs less than $1,000 makes more money than the fellows who have big structures, have employed staff, and so on. So wherever the opportunity comes, we are very close to all the governments in the member states to ensure that the tax administration system is robust enough to capture many of these fellows so as to increase the tax net. Another thing that we do consciously in the bank is the fact that we give preference to projects that will create jobs, more so in the technology space, because one of our key funding windows is on technology. So any technology-based program of funding, as soon as it's brought to us, we give such projects priority so as to improve the tax collection space in many of these member states. Also, knowledge is very key. If you don't have the knowledge of how to administer tax in the technology space, it could be very challenging for many of us as tax administrators. So we have taken it upon ourselves as a financial institution for this sub-region to invest in knowledge acquisition for all sectors in the member states. So our priority is to ensure that if there is any lack of knowledge anywhere, we step into this. And we also create synergy between all the member states on products and programs. Today, we have regional programs that cut across national borders. One of such is the Abidjan-Lagos corridor. So what we ensure is that if there is any program that we want to finance, we look at the intricacies between all the countries so as to harmonize working relationship with all the countries in the member states. And this has actually helped in one or two instances, and we intend to do many of these as we go along in financing activities. Then laws on e-commerce. We have created an avenue in the bank to ensure that lawmakers and so on are able to talk to each other on e-commerce specifically, so that at the end of the day, the ability to manage the e-commerce platform, develop laws or improve the existing laws that will help the country and the institutions are in place. These are some of the things we do in the bank and will continue to do so in partnership with many of the relevant developing financial institutions across the board and across the world. Thank you very much. I'll be available if there are other questions and clarifications later on in the discussion.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think that was a very good one. And those who have projects and they're looking forward for assistance will come forward. And you also educate us about the usage of the YouTube, which is a search engine. And I guess most of us are already, using the YouTube for other useful informations. And he did mention about the some of the old current regulations that we have in our various countries. There is a need for us to look at them because, as he said, some of those ones have been written long time ago, and really there is a need for us to change them. And thank you very much for that. And also, once again, he mentions that they are ready to work with our tax authorities in terms of mobilizing domestic resources, and in that particularly to upgrade the existing systems that they have in terms of with respect to tax collection. So we are very grateful, and the fact of the matter is we have what we call the donor fatigue now. So African countries, we should all try and endeavor to make sure that we spend more on domestic revenue mobilization so that our countries can have their own money to spend. You see, it's very interesting. When you have your own money to spend, nobody gives you condition. But where we depend on foreign aid, grants, then the IMF, World Bank, and the others, they attach condition to what we should do and what we should not do. So, and the solution to that is we should try to mobilize as much as possible in terms of domestic revenue mobilization so that we can decide our own fate. We can design our own destination without any precondition. But if we don't do that, we will still be dependent on the developed world, and they have to tell us what to do and what not to do. Then we have no choice because it is their money that we have. So in order for African countries to stand on their foot and try to do the developments in our own countries the way we want it, we have to make sure that we have the desired revenue in our country, and that is the only way out is to help our tax authorities in terms of equipping them, training them, building their capacity, as much as making sure that they are equipped in terms of IT technology, and that is what we are discussing today. So on that note, I want to say a very big thank you to my panelists as well as the presenter of the paper, and we have another one, but that one is online. So I'm not too sure whether the technology will allow us, if he's still following us. Well, the IT is still around. Yes, Babatunde is telling me that the other fourth panelist is online, and maybe we can give her opportunity to come. And that she's no other person than Andrew Laura. And the questions we have for her is, what issue has e-commerce raised for tax administrations in South America, Uruguay, for instance? How was this issue resolved, and what lessons are there for Africa? So that's the questions we have for our panelists online. If the IT people are around, you can help us so that he can come in and do her presentations, and then after that we will have questions and answers from the floor. Thank you. Hello, Baba. If for example, we are having issues with having the other panelists, I would suggest that we have questions. Anytime the IT are able to bring her in, then we stop for interest of time, because I think the lunch will be ready very soon. And for interest of time, we can take questions from the floor. Whenever she comes in, then we give her opportunity. Thank you. We need the help of the WATAF staffs, Babatune, your staffs, if they are around. Let's have a mic that will go around, exactly. So that if you want to ask question, just raise your hand. You don't have to move around. Just raise your hand, somebody will come over, and then you ask question one at a time, so that the panelists can be able to handle your questions properly. So let's have one from the other end. Thank you. And basically, the way you do it, you have to stand up as a matter of fact, so that everybody will see you. And secondly, you have to tell us who you are and which organization you work for, and then your title there in that organization. And once you say that, then you can come up with your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Agboro Michael. I'm representing the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission. I'm a deputy director. I'm an investigator. My question is directed to Mr. Taiwo Yedele. I really appreciate your paper presented. Well, I wish to state that education is the bedrock of development. If we are to develop a digital economy, then we need to have a digitized education system that can churn out digitized graduates that can run the system. Why I'm asking this question, last week or this week, I saw in a newspaper a state in Nigeria where the students in the secondary school were writing exams on the floor. There are no tables, no chairs. So such a school do not even have the local infrastructure, not to talk of digital infrastructure. So the question is, what is African government doing when we talk about digitized education so that we can catch up? My second question, briefly, is that to digitize any economy will require powerful digital infrastructure. And in this area, you talk about both broadband penetration and availability. For instance, it was estimated that in Europe, both rural and urban dwellers will have access to at least 100 MB per second, MBS per second, broadband data available to them. But in Nigeria, you buy data, they give you 3 MB per second. You want to download, you want to make a payment, it keeps rolling for all eternity. So the question is that, is it possible for us to meet up with the world in this digitalized economy with the kind of infrastructure we have available?
I would suggest that we do it one at a time, so that he's going to answer that question, and then after that we have another question. Otherwise, we tend to forget some of the questions that are asked. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that question. I think I do agree with you 100% in terms of education. It's important for us to try and educate ourselves so we are not disadvantaged again, given that Africa missed out on the first, second, and third industrial revolution. But poverty is right on the African continent, so we'll be naive to think that we have the resources to provide a computer, a desktop, and everything for every student. We will not. But we can start with what we have and then make the best of it, especially in terms of expenditure efficiency and also getting the private sector to collaborate and support government. Government alone cannot do it. So we all have a role to play. And maybe just to latch on that is the fact that even the tax authorities have to think about educating taxpayers and the public using technology. So if I'm watching a YouTube video you see a lot of adverts will pop up. Why is it that the taxman's advert is not popping up? To just remind me that, this thing I'm doing, the benefits of paying taxes, and, a smiley face that makes me want to go and register the next minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we can move on to the, there is somebody, okay, you can come in here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dick Erie. I work with Federal Revenue Service and I coordinate the compliance group. My question goes to Taiwo, actually, the paper presenter. The e-commerce, or from what you presented to us, we saw a dynamic evolving economy or business activities that we need to quickly track as a revenue administrator. Now, and I also know that taxes are driven by law. And in Nigeria, we have both national and subnational tax administration structure that we run in terms of federalism. The closest attempt we've had recently is the Finance Act, annual Finance Act that we are now putting in place. And the last attempt to capture the digital economy or activity was the significant economic presence that was introduced. Now, the question is, by your assessment, do you think with only the significant economic presence introduced in the Finance Act, we have adequately addressed how to really tax the digital economy or e-commerce out there, or there's more that we need to do, and also do them quickly too, as we introduce them into the Finance Act, which is our latest base for amending the tax law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that very good question. I think that the significant economic presence is only the starting point. We have started, it's not perfect, but it's good that we have something in place. I do not think that that is sufficient to address the digital economy. So like I said in my presentation, I think that we have to have an equal focus, both on the domestic aspect of the digital economy, as much as we do on the international aspect of it. So the significant economic presence is biased towards international aspect, which is, like I said, I keep saying, it's important. But remember, once we banned Twitter in Nigeria, even me, I had no idea the level of commercial activity that was going on Twitter. I listened to one of the radio stations, Nigeria Info, one morning, just going to work, and come and see the number of young people that called in lamenting. One guy said he makes about $10,000 every month on YouTube. So on YouTube, if you get some level of followers and you do some videos, you can actually get adverts that Google will push to you, and then you get paid on a monthly basis. The guy said he was pushing traffic from Twitter to his YouTube page. $10,000 every month. This guy is not even registered with anyone, let alone paying taxes. And there's so many of them like that. So we have to, in my view, focus on collecting data using intelligence, so we actually know what's going on. We need to have an idea of the size of this digital economy we are talking about, both the domestic aspect and the international aspect, and then we can come back and say, this is our SCP. It's just a drop in the ocean in terms of what we need to do. What else do we need to do so we can get a fair share of the digital economy? Thank you.
Yes, that is no other person than my able Deputy Commissioner General, and Head of Domestic Taxes, Mr. Isa Jallo. Mr. Jallo, you have the floor. Yes, I saw your hand there. We have our online presenter also, but we will take one or two questions, starting from Isa. Yeah, thank you. Well, can you speak? Your mic is on.
I think it's off.
Your mic is off. Yeah.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for really, doing that good introduction on my behalf. Mine is a contribution and a question at the same time. So I want to start by thanking really the presenters for really putting this issue of technological solutions, which is very high on the agenda of all our tax administrations here, by really talking about the importance. I believe the importance is not lost, because if you have the chance to look at most of our strategic plans, you will realize that this issue of digitalization is very high, on the agenda of all the tax administrations. And the answer is very simple. We cannot achieve operational efficiency and effectiveness in the absence of these technological solutions. But now the issue here is, if you want to deploy them, at what cost? That's where the million-dollar question is. For a lot of the tax administrations, we operate based on subvented, funds. And if we have to handle this based on our own, funds that are subvented, it would take a huge chunk of those subvented funds, and it will leave us with no options in terms of addressing, other areas of tax administration. And this is where EBIT, ECOWAS, and the other development partners really have to partner and collaborate with the tax administrations so that you assist us in this digitalization drive. There is no way that the revenues can be increased, the services can be delivered in the most efficient and effective manner if these solutions are not there. So therefore, the donors really need to assist by way of providing funding, by ensuring that those issues of technological solutions that are captured in our strategic plans, there is adequate funding that is provided for them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That's basically a contribution. Yahya, there is.
I have a mic.
I don't know. Can you just give us 5 minutes? I think the lady is on standby. We get her. That's the fourth presenter. He just want to come for 5 minutes, and then we can continue with your comments, your questions, and answers. Thank you. IT, can you help us to get the voice, please?
Here I am. Can you hear me well?
Technology again.
I think we just, doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me well?
She's trying to overcompensate.
Oh.
Yes, we can hear you. Please, can you go
Okay,
on?
okay, c'est parfait. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Dabo. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are. Here in Uruguay, we are still in the early morning. So, well, before answering the question posed by Mr. Dabo, I'd like to thank WATAF for the invitation. It is a great honor to participate in this third high-level policy dialogue and to celebrate with you your 10th anniversary. Wish I was there, of course, but unfortunately, COVID still makes it difficult to travel. Let me mention that I'm participating in my personal capacity, so the appraisals I'm sharing with you do not necessarily reflect the position of the Uruguayan tax authorities. And also let me congratulate Mr. Oyedele for the excellent presentation and previous panelists for their interesting insights on the topic. Well, having said this, let's focus on the question posed. And firstly, what issues has e-commerce raised for tax administrators in Latin America? Well, digitalization of the economy, and in particular e-commerce, has been challenging tax authorities worldwide because, as we know, our tax systems were designed for a brick and mortar, mainly domestic economy, very different from the current new economy, where cross-border services have become a larger part of global transactions. And many are even provided 100% virtually and directly to the final consumer. And Latin American tax systems are not the exception. This mismatch between tax systems and economic activity, which exists in relation to both direct and indirect taxation, has raised a wide range of issues. To start with, legislation can neither properly capture the profits of foreign businesses which operate in our markets with minimum physical presence or no physical presence at all, and nor impose VAT on cross-border digital transactions where no tangible goods are crossing the borders. And this non-collection of corporate income tax and VAT erodes our tax bases, raising revenue issues. E-commerce also raises fairness issues, creating distortions in competition between digital businesses and more traditional ones that do pay taxes, generating social and political pressures. E-commerce may also have an impact on the formalization of the economy. In particular, economic activities which are increasingly facilitated by digital platforms are not always visible to tax administrations or self-reported by taxpayers. And we are referring to the so-called gig and sharing economy. But what is most important in my view is that outdated legislation generates great and undesired uncertainty for both taxpayers and tax authorities, and this creates inefficiencies for both sides. Of course, the acceleration of the digitalization of businesses and the adoption of e-commerce consumer habits during the COVID-19 pandemic have intensified all these issues. And however, while digitalization has raised several issues, it is also fair to recognize that thanks to digitalization, new technologies have emerged and new opportunities are available to improve tax administration and tax compliance. Well, secondly, and on how were these issues resolved in Latin America and for example, in Uruguay, well, let me tell you that while many Latin American countries have introduced new provisions to their VAT legislation to capture and enforce VAT, especially targeting cross-border transactions involving intangibles and digital services, and in particular, business-to-consumer transactions, a few countries have taken measures in the field of direct taxation, and my country, Uruguay, is one of them. One of the reasons that may explain why Latin American countries have decided to mainly address VAT challenges is the relevance of consumption taxes in the region's tax mix. Indeed, VAT taxes on goods and services are a major source of revenues for Latin American governments. They are around 50%. But there may be another reason for this course of action, which is that in the field of indirect taxation, we can say there is certain international agreement around the destination principle. In contrast, in the field of direct taxation, things are not that simple. We have seen how countries have reacted unilaterally and differently worldwide, and how this has triggered the need to find a global consensus-based solution, which, as we know, has come up with the two-pillar solution. So in this context, many Latin American countries may have decided to wait for the inclusive framework outcome. However, it is important to say that Uruguay started taking measures in both fields, VAT and CAT, before the two-pillar discussion commenced in 2019 and after the 2015 report on Action 1, when no concrete measures were recommended. Let then me share with you the Uruguayan experience in relation to income taxation. Though these measures are far from perfect, they do represent a first step taken in the country in addressing the taxation of certain digital businesses, which fulfill the objectives originally set for, which were establishing a level playing field between digital providers and traditional ones, granting tax certainty to taxpayers, formalizing underlying economic activities, and simultaneously facilitating tax compliance for smaller taxpayers who may not even have expertise to determine and fulfill their tax obligations. Uruguayan efforts to address the tax challenges of the digital economy in respect to CAT commenced, as I said, some years ago with the introduction of different measures within the income tax system. This meant that no new tax was created, but also meant conditioning the effectiveness of the new measures to the distributive rules foreseen in the 24 double tax agreement signed by the country. One of the first measures taken relates to income from advertising services, including online advertising. From January 2016 onwards, income derived from advertising services supplied to local businesses is deemed to be of Uruguayan source and therefore taxed. Later, in 2017, the aim was to specifically address the taxation of digital platforms intermediating in the demand and supply of land passenger transport. And as from January 2018, more general rules were introduced, though limited to two types of digital business models: the intermediation in the demand and supply of services in general, not just land passenger transport, and the transmission of audiovisual content. Additionally, some specific measures were adopted in relation to the taxation of those who operate through digital platforms, specifically in relation to those providing land passenger transport. This is the drivers. Indeed, in December 2016, digital platforms intermediated in land passenger transport were appointed responsible for the tax obligations corresponding to unregistered transport supplier. This is the drivers. And in 2017, these platforms start withholding the drivers' tax and providing information on their activities to the Uruguayan tax administration. While these measures improve the formalization of drivers, they also facilitate them to comply with their tax obligations. Collaboration has been the key for the whole Uruguayan experience. From the beginning, the government maintained a collaborative dialogue with digital providers and other interested parties to build a feasible solution. Indeed, not only is updating the legal framework relevant, but also granting its effective application. In relation to the implementation of these measures and to grant an effective and efficient tax collection, the innovation was the introduction of a fast-track package in relation to registration, documentation, and payments requirements, enabling digital providers to register and pay directly the corresponding tax in Uruguay. Flexibilization of general requirements were introduced, such as the possibility to pay on a quarterly basis instead of a monthly basis, and the possibility to present tax returns and make payments in US dollars. And of course, digitalization of tax administration has been key for the whole process. Well, the third question, what lessons are there for Africa? Well, firstly, legislation, I think both domestic and agri has to be updated. There's no doubt on that. But when adopting any measure, it is relevant for countries to analyze their specificities and, of course, to preserve the coherence of their tax systems, especially when we import a measure. Secondly, I think dialogue between businesses and tax authorities has proved to be very positive. It is important for policymakers to rule new activities and for tax administrators to implement regulations to understand how businesses model operate. Business feedback may also help governments with the design of feasible measures. Thirdly, when addressing the digitalization of the economy, excessive administrative and compliance burden should be avoided. While digitalization has posed many issues, it has also opened a wide range of opportunities, as we said. So tax administrators must take advantage of new technologies to strengthen their administrative capacity and improve taxpayer services. In this regard, it is key to conform expert and interdisciplinary working groups, including computer specialists inside tax administrations. Last but not least, further international dialogue and collaboration between tax authorities, as well as joint efforts, are essential to solve global issues in a long-lasting manner. Well, I think that's all. Merci, thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam. I think that was a good attempt to present, even though it was difficult initially to get you online. But at least we must congratulate the IT team for coming. Now we can go back to our questions and answers. That include the recent presentations. Can we start from there? Let's take a couple of questions before we. Yes, you can come up. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think somebody is behind. Somebody's behind the mic.
I'm behind you, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Engineer Salisu Kaka. I work with the National Information Technology Development Agency, one of the IT regulator sector in Nigeria. It is clear that use of technology or adoption of technology has brought about improvements in terms of service delivery with that clear effectiveness and efficiency, and that has led to a lot of turnover in terms of profits and revenue to organizations. However, this comes along also with some implications. For instance, there is mention of robotic tax, and I read about the reasons behind establishment of robotic tax by South Korea in 2017. It was as a result of realizing that there is job loss, increase in job loss in the students, so they imposed this robotic tax, and that has led to slow down of adoption of technology across various sectors, because perhaps the tax was too high or unbearable to the provider. They feel, okay, let's go back to our conventional way, using the human manual and other things. So the question now is, Africa, what measures are we trying to put in place to ensure that the tax regime we are trying to put in place on these digital services is not such that it stifles innovations? Because when there is low adoptions, definitely there will be low innovations. Mindful of the fact that Africa, our technology space is still weak, we require innovation, especially indigenous development and utilization of these applications. So what measures are there in place too? The second question is, yes, when we collect these digital taxes, for instance, if a robot is used to displace 100 people from the job, they lose that job, and there is a tax collected from this, what also provision is going to be put in place to ensure that these people, they didn't suffer the job loss alone. The tax collected from the robot that displaced them, something directly goes to them or indirectly goes to them. So there should be provision to ensure that that thing is provided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the panelists or the presenter will take up that question. Yeah, you can come back.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very good question. I think, so this goes to the heart of the conversation. While we're thinking about taxing the digital economy, I think maybe WATAF, along with ATAF, can also drive the development of a policy. I know that ATAF has this framework for digital services taxation, but we need to go beyond that in terms of looking at the broader economy first and foremost, to ensure that whatever we impose is not coming in the way of innovation, because the world needs that to grow, needs that to develop. And if I go back in time, when they developed machines to do knitting, right? Even the Queen in the UK did not want to give them intellectual property right because they were afraid that a lot of people were going to be unemployed. There were days that people were hired to write books. So when you are writing a book, you use longhand, other people will copy it. When do you make 1,000 copies? The world was afraid that if you develop a printer, people will be unemployed. But the world has always found a way of getting engaged. I think we should be open to technology and innovation, not stop it, but at the same time think about how to creatively ensure that everybody pays their fair share of taxes, including even whether it's robots or artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I see a gentleman over there who wants to ask a question. Did you get him a mic, please?
Bom dia a todos. Portanto, eu sei que eu chamo Keta Baldé, representante da Guiné-Bissau. Eu sei que a língua portuguesa é uma língua oficial da CDAO, mas não é frequentemente falado nos diferentes encontros. Portanto, voltando à minha intervenção, eu queria me dirigir ao primeiro painelista, que levantou muitas questões, fez uma referência geral dos problemas que existem a nível da economia numérica. Portanto, a economia numérica preocupa todos os países, particularmente todas as administrações fiscais do mundo, particularmente as administrações fiscais da África, porque nós não conseguimos, de fato, mobilizar receitas internas ou recursos internos para poder financiar os nossos orçamentos gerais. Daí o grande problema. Tendo em conta o nível de intensidade que a economia numérica está a ter nas nossas economias, de fato, isto poderá representar uma preocupação para as administrações fiscais, uma vez que a função das administrações fiscais é recolher a receita para o Orçamento Geral do Estado. E se até aqui não tem sido possível, porque de fato não deixa de ser uma preocupação dos poderes públicos. Desde, como disse aqui o representante da CDAO, desde 2013, de fato, a OCDE, a Organização da Cooperação e de Desenvolvimento Econômico, conjuntamente com a União Europeia, tem, de fato, dedicado sobre essa questão, conjuntamente com algumas organizações regionais, que é o Fórum das Administrações Fiscais da África, né, das Administrações Fiscais da África, que é o WATAF, o Comitê Interamericano também da Administração Fiscal, para verem em que medida poderá ser solucionado, portanto, o enquadramento geral da economia numérica. Ou seja, a economia numérica, de fato, deve fazer parte de uma tributação, de uma imposição para as nossas administrações fiscais poderem, a partir daí, colher algo para os nossos orçamentos gerais. Sobre isto, há duas propostas que a Comissão Europeia lançou. Primeiro, reformar as regras de tributação das empresas, por forma a que todos os rendimentos sejam tidos em conta e sejam tributados, né, onde, portanto, exatamente onde as empresas têm uma maior interação com os utilizadores. Ou seja, aqui há um problema, de fato, a nível da economia numérica. O grande problema é que há uma separação, uma desconexão entre o lugar onde é criado o valor e o lugar onde esse mesmo valor é tributado. Ou seja, os diferentes tipos de empresas da economia numérica não têm espaço geográfico, não há uma limitação de fronteira. Portanto, há aí um problema. Portanto, a Comissão Europeia propõe que haja, portanto, essa primeira solução. A segunda é a criação de uma taxa provisória das principais atividades da economia numérica, né, que até aqui tem escapado à tributação. E eu gostaria de saber Estou-me a dirigir a minha pergunta ao primeiro painelista que, de fato, de uma forma genérica, fez um enquadramento de todos os problemas que existem. Eu gostaria de saber se há uma alternativa a essas duas propostas de solução que a Comissão Europeia preconiza para entrar em vigor, provavelmente em 2023. Eu gostaria de saber se, a nível de WATAF, há uma solução, portanto, que está a ser apontada, portanto, para um enquadramento equitável da economia numérica. Muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is more of a commentary than a question. So we appreciate the contribution. Do we have any other question from the floor? I'm just told that we have almost, can we allow one more question at the back there? Just one more question from the back.
Maybe a lady.
My moderators are telling me that somebody is insisting on that end. And there is a guy, somebody also at the back, a lady. Yes, that lady with the red thing, and then after that we get to this side. Please, organizers, give us just 3 minutes, we will be done with you. Yes, can you give the mic to her? Yes. Can you stand up, lady, please? Somebody has the mic where?
I'm here, right? Good afternoon.
Okay, you can come up here.
Good afternoon, Adam Matkudu from FIRS. Yeah. My own is, taxing digital economy is a function of availability of data. And this data, their sources could be under our control, which we can define the structure and the elements we want to be transmitted. Some could be outside our control, in which the owners will be talking of one thing or the other, investing in a technology or the other. Now, bearing this in mind, the question of integrity of data is now an issue. For use, for decision making, there must be aggregation of this data. My question now is, what are the regional agreement or recommendation on the safeguards to apply in this data aggregation for a single point of truth? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I think maybe just to quickly answer that, he's very right and I agree with him. So governments, even the tax authority at the moment, does not have control of all the sources of data. And without data, we're not going anywhere with all of this. So I think it's first recognizing the magnitude of the issue we have to deal with and being committed to making the investment. And I think it goes to the point that the previous speaker mentioned about how do you even invest? I do not think that tax authorities with their regular budget can invest in technology to an extent that will address the issues we're dealing with. So you need your Ministry of Finance. They need to make special budget. I was attending a program before COVID-19 in the US, and this guy who was the commissioner for the tax authority for the state of Massachusetts was saying that they just got a budget of $100 million. At the time they got $100 million to invest, he said their technology was already bringing compliance at about 98% compliance rate. Yet they're still investing $100 million. So we need to make that investment being knowledgeable that for every dollar you spend, it's an investment. You get multiple of it. It's been proven everywhere in the world. But in the meantime, let's start with what we have. What agencies do you need to collaborate with? How can you make the data work? How can you address the concerns of stakeholders around confidentiality and so on and so forth, and then we can make baby step progress towards the destination we want.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Organizers, just be patient with us. Today is our day. It is not easy to have this kind of gathering. So if the people still have the feelings and they have some questions to answer, let's give them a few minutes so that we exhaust that and then we can go for lunch. Thank you. Yes, can we have the lady with the red dress, please? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. With your kind permission, I'll remain on the established protocol. My name is Jane Rose Buzugbe, an Assistant Director with the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Nigeria. Since the presentation by Mr. Taiwo Oladile, I've been pondering on my seat about what he mentioned about Mr. Google being able to help us with our security challenges. I don't know if you are agreeing with me that the whole of West African sub-region is suffering so much of instability and insecurity, which is as well affecting the revenue collection level. For instance, in Nigeria, we have just introduced tax promas, but in areas like Sambisa, nobody is talking about accessibility to internet and doing taxation, responding to tax obligations. Same in somewhere like Enugu State, where for days people don't even go to their businesses on the basis that they stay-at-home order. Such people, you begin to see that the revenue collection is already very adversely affected. So for me, it's a bit important that we can use opportunities like this to discuss the possibility of affecting the security and instability challenges of the West African sub-region, to see how that can help us with increasing the revenue, more so when we are talking about digitalization now, the grassroots where internet remains challenges and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Oyi can take it.
Yes, I think in a very good comment, even though Google has a lot of information, they will never share it. Even the American government has not been able to force them to share data that they don't want to share. So I have once in a while, I get a report from Google that tells me everywhere I've been. So even here that I'm now, they will still send me the report that I came to Abuja. They'll tell me the new places I visited. Because for most people, you have to enable location so you can get a lot of services. Even when you switch off the phone, you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do, you switch it on. And then they immediately know that this is where you woke up in the morning. So those guys just tell us the possibilities that are there. And for us to then think big in terms of how we design our approach, first to understand those business models and the way the world is really transforming, and then to see how do we link up, one, to make sure we don't stop innovation, but two, to collect the right amount of taxes from them. And by the way, technology is the best way to address insecurity if only we pay attention to it. That's what they really call intelligence. So there are countries where if you mention a word, something picks it up within the system, right? And those words are flat. So there's nobody who is going to do terrorism or anything. They will communicate. They can't do it all alone. And that communication is where you get intelligence from. That's why America can sometimes tell us what's going to happen in Nigeria, even when we don't know it, because they've invested a lot in those intelligence, and it tends to work for them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think Doctor wants to add something to that question. Yeah,
Thank you. Madam's concern is a very genuine one, but we have to understand the fact that there are layers of issues that have to be addressed before we talk of our inability to tackle insecurity. If we roll back to the days before the COVID challenge started, many of us were having meetings physically. But today we have meetings online, virtually. There was a day I attended about 5 meetings in 4 countries within the single day. If I were to be traveling even from Abuja to Lagos, I'm not sure how that is feasible. What I mean is that we have to invest heavily in the technology infrastructure that will help us to address the technology challenges. Once this is in place, we'll be able to match this with the issue of insecurity. For example, today we have a number of technologies around that we can deploy to actually track some of these terrorists affecting Nigeria and many of the countries in the sub-region. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. We have the same challenge in Mali, in Chad, in a number of the countries around us. So the challenge for us is for us to invest heavily in these technologies so as to reduce the impact of these crooks, fraudsters, and also terrorists in our operation. So the key challenge for us is, as policymakers, as stakeholders, is to look beyond the present situation, encourage our individual institutions to seek for budget, seek for financial resources to invest in technologies that will help us to address the current challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions from the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, on my left.
D'accord.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Dochevi Nyatepe Olali du Togo. Je suis le chef section chargé de l'immatriculation de l'Office togolais des recettes. Je tiens à remercier le panel pour ces brillantes présentations. Ma question s'adresse à M. Tayo. Dans sa présentation, il a relevé le fait que Google n'aime même pas représenter dans la majorité des pays de la sous-région. Peut-être qu'il est représenté au Nigeria et au Ghana. Et qu'il faille que nous nous tournions vers les entreprises locales qui sont également dans le secteur de l'économie numérique. Mais force est de constater que le civisme fiscal est un grand défi dans la sous-région et donc c'est un peu difficile d'identifier ces entreprises. La preuve, chez nous-mêmes au Togo, on a des difficultés à les identifier, ces entreprises qui sont dans le secteur de l'économie numérique. Alors ma question est de savoir, est-ce qu'il a des approches de solutions pour pouvoir identifier ces entreprises afin d'élargir la base taxable dans le domaine de l'économie numérique? Je vous remercie.
You want to comment, sir?
Yes. So I like the question as well. I think, so if we start thinking about technology in terms of the entire governance system, then we can address that. So Estonia, for example, is even running a digital government, including you can be an e-citizen. So at the end of the day, there are 3 points that we need to focus on. When people make money, because that's what you're trying to follow, want to follow the money. When people make money, they either spend, save, or invest. Those are the 3 points. So if you're on YouTube and you're making money, somebody is transferring the money to your account. If I can't find the money where they transfer it, you spend it. And when you spend it, you use your card and then I track it, or you invest it. So if you start tracking those points, those value points, those income streams, expense points, you capture a lot of what you don't currently have visibility over. But we have to be intentional in how we do it. And the tax authorities, we're talking about government. You have the resources to hire the best people in town, right? So these same guys that are doing all these gig stuff, you can hire them, pay them money, and they will do it for you. So you get intelligence and you get the money that you want. So whether it's Togo, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's America, I think the resources are available to countries to be able to do something and start from where they are. And then progressively, you get better over time.
Thank you. Doctor, you want to say something?
Thank you. Pour la question qu'il a posée, sorry, let me just. For the question he raised, is a pertinent one, but we need to also understand that you need to develop the capacities of the tax management agencies in all the member states to be able to attract the entrepreneurs in the digital space. In the digital space, there is what is called scale without form. You have someone seated, for example, in Togo, he's seated in Kara. His clients are in Russia. He develops software in millions, he sells. There's no way you track it. How do you take the tax on it? For example, in many of African states today, we have some very big numbers when it comes to internet earnings. Here in Nigeria, a good example is a musician called Davido. On YouTube alone, he makes millions of dollars as revenue. How do we tax this? There is a fellow that they call Sadio Mane, for those who like football. I think he's one of the highest earning athletes on YouTube, not because he's playing football, but just being on YouTube, he makes a lot of money. How do we tax this? So all those internet entrepreneurs are seated around us. It may even be your neighbor, but his clients are not there. So he has a large-scale operation all over, but he doesn't have any firm. You get to his house, you don't even know he's a business person. So our challenge is for us to involve in capacity building for tax administrators all over the sub-region, invest in resources, invest in hardware that will help us to match them. As he has said, if it's possible, recruit technology experts. I'm an accountant, but you don't have to recruit someone like me. You can actually recruit technology experts, developers to help you out. What are these guys doing? Once you have adequate information as much as he has, you'll be able to attract and also assess the tax appropriately and tax him as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. I believe we can wrap up there if there is no other question, because I was told that the lunch is ready, and also considering the fact that we have another panel discussions after the lunch. So we don't have to eat too much time, and then we also want to close a little bit early. We don't want to keep you here till 6 o'clock. So on that note, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the presenter and my able panelists to say thank you very much for your time and attention. And we hope that you have learned a lot during this panel discussion, and that we can follow each other through the various contacts that we have. Life is not just going to begin here and end here. I think one of the most important things of this kind of gathering is to try to get contact to each other, so that even beyond here, we can still communicate and help each other in our own ways. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much, and thank you for your attention and time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
A big round of applause for the chairman of WATAF and the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Those of us, I'm sure you have learned something. When our colleague that from Guinea-Bissau was speaking, kept using the word numeric. Also the French, numeric economy. It means digital economy. So you've learned that. A picture for the moderator and the panel. Mr. Lalako, you need to insert yourself in that picture. Okay. So while that goes on, we will proceed for lunch immediately. Please, because we have a big celebration this night, the WATAF 10th anniversary gala night, which must start at 7. So we will try to do as much as we can between now and 5 o'clock, so that we can have 2 hours rest, so that we can come back in this same hall. They have to arrange this hall, turn into a gala night celebration hall. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is served upstairs. We will return by 3:30. 3:30. Please note our invited guests, foreign delegates, our co-directors and group leads, the panelists and presenters, our donor agencies, our international bodies, and representatives of development partners. Upstairs, there's a hall called Kanu. As you go up, you can find on your right or left, because the staircase go this way and that way. But it's on this side of the hall, upstairs. That's where all our group leads will go, and our committee directors, all our country delegates, and invited guests, panelists, and donor agencies, and representatives of development partners. The rest of us, there is space already there also that has been demarcated for you. So don't forget, do not leave your devices in this hall or your important personal items. So we shall return at 3:30 so that we can end and prepare for the big celebration. Bon appetit. Thank you so much. So let's proceed for lunch, please. Please,
WATAF Secretariat LOC, let's lead our foreign delegates and our special guests to the hall where they're having their lunch. The rest of us, everybody goes upstairs. Everybody upstairs. But we'll have a special place we've designated for our foreign delegates. Let's go, please. Thank you.
taken charge of its own future. Across the continent, the paradigm is shifting, calling to enhance the lives of her citizens by financing better healthcare, quality education, improved sanitation systems, running water, electricity, good roads, and create sustainable social safety nets for the poorest of the poor. To achieve this, in 2011, the launch of WATAF provided the opportunity for tax authority all West Africa.
Looking at even
It's crucial in West African framework.
Nigeria went to Liberia. They had a fruitful exchange on taxpayer service.
Encouraging, although challenges remain. Billions of dollars are lost every year due to narrow tax bases, weak administrative capacities, and poor tax compliance. Illicit financial flows continue to drain large amounts of financial resources from the continent with a severe and negative impact on the fulfillment of the African Development Agenda. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 requires a big increase in investment. That poses a challenge for many countries in West Africa, where most economies collect taxes that amount to less than 15% of GDP, barely enough to carry out the most basic state functions. Africa's tax of tax payment, simpler tax systems with a limited number of rates and exemptions, boosting tax collection by using new technology.
And it is critically important to be better organized and to engage with
Forward WATAF means maintaining partnerships which inspire policy and administrative reforms, developing assistance which inform the design
And a team from Nigeria went to Liberia. They had a fruitful exchange on taxpayer service.
Encouraging, although challenges remain. Billions of dollars are lost every year due to narrow tax bases, weak administrative capacities, and poor tax compliance. Illicit financial flows continue to drain large amounts of financial resources from the continent with a severe and negative impact on the fulfillment of the African Development Agenda. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 requires a big increase in investment. That poses a challenge for many countries in West Africa, where most economies collect taxes that amount to less than 15% of GDP, barely enough to carry out the most basic state functions. Africa's tax deficit limits resources for healthcare, education, and other pillars of economic and social development. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, and from what a technical perspective, the year is 2021, and West Africa is taking charge of its own future. Across the continent, the paradigm is shifting, calling to enhance the lives of her citizens, where most by financing better healthcare, quality education, improved sanitation systems, running water, electricity, good roads, and create sustainable social safety nets for the poorest of the poor. To achieve this, in 2011, encouraging the launch of WATAF challenges remain. Billions of dollars are lost every year due to narrow tax bases, weak administrative capacities, and poor tax compliance. Illicit financial flows continue to drain large amounts of financial resources from the continent, with a severe and negative impact on the fulfillment of the African Development Agenda. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 requires a big increase in investment. That poses a challenge for many countries in West Africa, where most economies collect taxes that amount to less than 15% of GDP, barely enough to carry out the most basic state functions. Africa's tax deficit limits resources for healthcare, education, and other pillars of economic and social development. There is no one-size-fits-all solution, and from WATAF's technical perspective, there is a great deal of scope to collect more revenue with interventions that tackle low levels of tax payment, simpler tax systems with a limited number of rates and exemptions, boosting tax collection by using new technology.
And it is critically important to be better organized and to engage with the global tax policy space, so that we can bring our own perspective into the global tax reform, which will take into account our realities, our priorities, so that we won't miss the opportunity at that level in influencing the global tax landscape.
Revenue authorities don't seem to be well resourced in many of our countries to be able to carry out their work. And I know that with support of WATAF and many of our other partners, including ACAP, supporting a number of countries in the region, for example, to put in place, a more fit-for-purpose, comprehensive transfer pricing regulations, for example. I think that we can work around something around regional level, but then also support countries at the national level with the requisite capacity to be able to discharge their duties, because we need to scale up on the education of the public and working with national revenue authorities to educate the public, the professional groups and the like, to contribute their quota and make the work of the revenue authorities a little bit easier to discharge as they've been mandated by their states. So I think we need to take a step further up for its adoption and kind of implementation at the regional level, working with ECOWAS and UEMOA, so that we can really optimize our potential in the region.
Although WATAF has achieved notable feats in technical interventions, it knows that well-designed tax systems can strengthen the relationship between West African citizens and government, giving citizens a stronger stake in what their government does and a stronger incentive to demand accountability. For governments, taxes are a critical lever for delivering on the promise of social and economic equity. It knows that stronger tax systems have benefits beyond the revenues they generate. However, development is not just about doubling inputs, but also about better understanding of what works for each geographical region. With one voice, West Africa can take charge and create a better future. Ultimately, countries and development partners must do the long-term and hard work of building institutions for effective taxation systems across West Africa.
Thank you, and best wishes and a happy 10th anniversary to WATAF, and wish them very many years ahead of beneficial service.
First, I want them to be the voice of the members. They should be able to speak on behalf of the revenue authorities that are in West Africa, particularly Nigeria.
I'm happy that it is still there, and there is also an interest from the countries to attend WATAF meetings.
Essentially, I think we wish WATAF a happy anniversary.
We are living in a difficult time because of the COVID,
But let's not allow ourselves COVID to defeat us. Let's try to push as much as we can so that life can go on, even though COVID is around, but we move with life.
Today, WATAF celebrates 10 years of collaboration, commitment, and complete devotion to the development goals of West Africa. Let's continue to join hands to build its future.
I'm a prisoner. You're a prisoner too, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I have fears. You have fears too. I'll die, but you said we'll die too. Life is beautiful. Don't you think so too, Mr. Jailer? I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Like here is without sin, be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer, man, you suppress all my strategies. You oppress every part of me. What you don't know, you're a victim too, Mr. Jailer. Oh, you don't care about my point of view. If I die, another will work for you. So you treat me like a modern slave, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let here is without sin, be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer, man. You see, if you walk in the marketplace, down throw stones, even if you do, you just might hit one of your own. Life is not about your policies all the time, so you better rearrange your philosophies and be good to your fellow man. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let here is without sin, be the first that cast the stone, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let here is without sin, be the first that cast the stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer. I am a baby saying I wanna be president. I want your money from my government. What you don't know, what you won't know, what you can't know.
The year is 2021, and West Africa
Nous sommes en 2020 et l'Afrique de l'Ouest a décidé de prendre son propre avenir en main. À travers les continents, le paradigme est en train de changer, appelant à améliorer la vie des citoyens en finançant des soins de santé, une éducation de qualité, des systèmes d'assainissement améliorés, l'eau courante, l'électricité, des bonnes routes et en mettant en valeur des filets de sécurité sociale durable pour les plus pauvres des pauvres. C'est pour atteindre ces objectifs, entre autres, que le Forum des administrations fiscales ouest-africaines a été porté sur les fonds baptismaux en 2011. Sa création a été l'occasion pour les autorités fiscales de toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest de forger des alliances, de redéfinir des stratégies et de coopérer pour relancer l'économie ouest-africaine.
Let me put the period in context. I was the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service from 2004 to 2012. What I found during that process was that there was a lot more engagement between countries outside of West Africa. But West Africa, we had our ECOWAS, which was engaging on larger economic issues, but not really on taxation, but not on tax rates, not on creating an enabling environment for countries or for businesses who operate within the region.
Nous sommes en 2021 et l'Afrique de l'Ouest a décidé de prendre son propre avenir en main. À travers les continents, le paradigme est en train de changer, appelant à améliorer la vie des citoyens en finançant des soins de santé, l'éducation de qualité, des systèmes d'assainissement améliorés, l'eau courante, l'électricité, des bonnes routes et en mettant en valeur des filets de sécurité sociale durable pour les plus pauvres des pauvres. C'est pour atteindre ces objectifs, entre autres, que le Forum des administrations fiscales ouest-africaines a été porté sur les fonds baptismaux en 2011. Sa création a été l'occasion pour les autorités fiscales de toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest de forger des alliances, de redéfinir des stratégies et de coopérer pour relancer l'économie ouest-africaine. La perspective ouest-africaine sur l'administration fiscale sur la scène mondiale est unique et le FAFOA pour l'objectif de renforcer cette foi. Il s'est battu pour le renforcement des capacités.
Outside of West Africa. But West Africa, we had an ECOWAS, which was engaging on larger economic issues, but not really on taxation, but not on tax rates, not on creating an enabling environment for countries or for businesses who operate within the region, signing of mutual exchange agreements, or even double taxation agreements to enable and encourage investments in that sub-region. Now we have similar issues. We're relating with similar cultures, similar challenges, similar people. We all come basically from and so some of the challenges you have in your country you could share with another. You understand where the other person is coming, find out what the other person has done right, and then you can exchange ideas accordingly. So I found that there's a benefit of coming together.
With WATAF, we're now able to get data that we're going to use for purpose of tax assessment, collection, to enable Nigeria mobilize more revenue.
La perspective ouest-africaine sur l'administration fiscale sur la scène mondiale est unique et le FAFOA a pour l'objectif de renforcer cette foi. Il s'est battu pour le renforcement des capacités des pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest en matière de transparence fiscale et d'échange d'informations. Le FAFOA cherche à améliorer le potentiel de revenus de l'Afrique de l'Ouest avec l'avènement du e-commerce, des instruments financiers hybrides associés à une sophistication accrue de sa flotte de conseillers fiscaux. Il lutte contre les flux financiers illicites et œuvre en faveur de la coopération administrative qui est au cœur du partenariat de longue date du FAFOA avec le Forum mondial par le biais de l'initiative africaine. Cela a conduit à l'augmentation de la mobilisation efficace des recettes qui sont des changements fondamentaux que toutes les parties prenantes ouest-africaines en quête de développement doivent s'efforcer d'atteindre si l'Afrique de l'Ouest veut accélérer sa marche vers l'autonomie économique.
Convening a platform itself is a key product because you're bringing everybody together to talk, to share experience on topical issues.
That WATAF over the years have delivered quite a number of capacity building events, training, seminars, workshops have gone on again and again in various West African countries. The topics shared, which was, areas of focus, building capacity in tax audit, looking at even how to do investigation and audit in specialized area, in the finance sector, in the construction sector, in the telecom sector.
So the idea is keep being the center point for aggregating the needs of tax administrations in West Africa, and then keep engaging policymakers. And then we look forward to a time that we can say tax revenue, the domestic revenue is the mainstay of our economies in West Africa.
La vision appelle à la transformation des économies à travers l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Elle favorise un esprit de collaboration entre toutes les parties prenantes, car la sensibilisation au niveau approprié reste cruciale en Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous attendons avec impatience que les forums aient les moyens de maintenir les partenariats qui inspirent des réformes politiques et administratives, en développant une assistance qui éclaire la conception de la stratégie nationale de mobilisation des recettes intérieures, en particulier dans les domaines de transactions transfrontalières et de la transparence fiscale. D'autres interventions comprennent le renforcement des liens entre le recouvrement des recettes fiscales et les décisions de dépenses du gouvernement, l'élaboration et la publication d'un cadre complet de dépenses fiscales, le renforcement des liens entre le recouvrement des recettes fiscales et les décisions de dépenses du gouvernement, l'élaboration et la publication d'un cadre complet de dépenses fiscales, La participation croissante des principales parties prenantes à la conception de la politique fiscale par le biais des consultations structurées, ainsi que l'aide aux pays membres pour inverser toutes les formes de flux financiers illicites qui érodent la base de revenus sur les continents, car celles-ci sont indispensables pour réaliser les aspirations des États membres du FAFOA à parvenir à une Afrique intégrée et prospère.
Pour la taxation des multinationales et sur la taxation de l'économie numérique et également sur les questions des flux financiers illicites.
Liberia Revenue Authority made a request to us. The capacity, the technical capacity to actually undertake the kind of audit they wanted to. They knew they were losing money, but it's a case of I know I'm losing something, but I don't have the means to stop it from drifting away. So they came to us, we broke out that. That was actually the first MOC that we broke out, and a team from Nigeria went to Liberia. They had a fruitful exchange on taxpayer service.
À parvenir à une Afrique intégrée et prospère. Encourageant, bien que des défis demeurent, des milliards de dollars sont perdus chaque année en raison de l'étroitesse des assiettes fiscales, de la faiblesse des capacités administratives et de la mauvaise conformité fiscale. Les flux financiers illicites continuent d'épuiser d'importantes quantités de ressources financières du continent, ce qui a un impact grave et négatif sur la réalisation du programme de développement de l'Afrique. La réalisation des objectifs de développement durable d'ici 2030 nécessite une forte augmentation des investissements. Cela pose un défi pour de nombreux pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest, où la plupart des économies collectent des impôts qui représentent moins de 15% du PIB, à peine assez pour remplir les fonctions les plus élémentaires de l'État. Le déficit fiscal de l'Afrique limite sur les ressources pour les soins, la santé, l'éducation et d'autres piliers du développement économique et social. Il n'existe pas de solution unique et du point de vue technique du forum, il existe une grande marge de manœuvre pour collecter plus de recettes grâce à des interventions qui s'attaquent au faible niveau du paiement des impôts, à des systèmes fiscaux plus simples avec un nombre limité de taux et à des exonérations qui stimulent la collecte des impôts en utilisant les nouvelles technologies.
Inventer nous-mêmes, et c'est ça que j'aurais voulu voir, que nous-mêmes nous arrivions à inventer nos propres normes qui soient conformes à nos réalités, adaptées à nos contextes économiques et le niveau de développement de nos économies, plutôt que d'importer les modèles qui sont fabriqués ailleurs pour d'autres économies. Mais si on ne peut pas faire ça, au moins qu'on participe à la formulation des normes globales, qui comprennent nos perspectives, nos intérêts à défendre aussi bien au niveau international, mais aussi qui soient adaptés à nos économies au niveau régional et national.
Revenue authorities don't seem to be well resourced in many of our countries to be able to carry out their work. And I know that with support of WATAF and many of our other partners within APAC, supporting a number of countries in the region, for example, to put in place, a more fit-for-purpose, comprehensive transfer pricing regulations, for example. I think that we can work around something around regional level, but then also support countries at the national level with the requisite capacity to be able to discharge their duties, because we need to scale up on the education of the public and working with national revenue authorities to educate the public, the professional groups and the like, to contribute their quota and make the work of the revenue authorities a little bit easier to discharge as they've been mandated by their states. So I think we need to take a step further up for its adoption and kind of implementation at the regional level, working with ECOWAS and UEMOA, so that we can really optimize our potential in the region.
Bien que le forum ait réalisé des exploits louables dans les interventions techniques, il sait que des systèmes fiscaux bien conçus peuvent renforcer la relation entre les populations et leur gouvernement, donner aux citoyens un intérêt plus important dans ce que fait leur gouvernement et une incitation plus forte à exiger des comptes. Pour les gouvernements, les impôts sont un levier essentiel pour tenir la promesse de l'équité sociale et économique. On sait que des régimes fiscaux plus solides ont des avantages qui vont au-delà des revenus qu'ils génèrent. Cependant, le développement ne consiste pas seulement à doubler des recettes, mais aussi à mieux comprendre ce qui fonctionne pour chaque région géographique. Avec une seule voix, l'Afrique de l'Ouest peut prendre les choses en main et créer un avenir meilleur. En fin de compte, les pays et les partenaires au développement doivent faire le travail difficile dans la durée et mettre en place les institutions pour des systèmes fiscaux efficaces dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest.
Thank you and best wishes and a happy 10th anniversary to WATAF and wish them very many years ahead of beneficial service.
First, I want them to be the voice of the members. They should be able to speak on behalf of the revenue authorities that are in West Africa, particularly Nigeria.
Le cadre of cette plateforme-là qui permet en fait d'échanger, de se comprendre, de partager et de faire en sorte que les best pratiques-là soient vraiment étendues à toute la région et chacun y gagne en réalité. Aujourd'hui, je suis content parce qu'au début, c'est la CEDEAO qui poussait. Mais aujourd'hui, je me rends compte que le cadre fonctionne seul. Les administrations ont pris les dessins en main et ils se regroupent quand ils veulent. Ils discutent, ils organisent des conférences. Souvent, ici, la CEDEAO participe, souvent la CEDEAO ne participe pas. Mais je constate que ça marche. Je crois que c'est tel le but de rechercher. Nous pensons pouvoir peut-être continuer à approfondir cela pour que ça puisse donner encore des résultats meilleurs que dans le passé.
Essentially, I think we wish WATAF a happy anniversary.
We are living in a difficult time because of the COVID, but let's not allow.
Les dessins en main et ils se regroupent quand ils veulent. Ils discutent, ils organisent des conférences. Souvent ici, la CEDEAO participe, souvent la CEDEAO ne participe pas. Mais je constate. Ça marche. Je crois que c'est tel le but de rechercher. Nous pensons pouvoir peut-être continuer à approfondir cela pour que ça puisse donner encore des résultats meilleurs que dans le passé.
Essentially, I think we wish WATAF a happy anniversary.
We are living in a difficult time because of the COVID, but let's not allow ourselves COVID to defeat us. Let's try to push as much as we can so that life can go on, even though COVID is around, but we move with life.
Aujourd'hui, le FAFOA célèbre 10 ans de collaboration, d'engagement et de dévouement total au développement de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Continuons de conjuguer nos efforts pour construire son monde.
Notre motivation est que nous travaillons avec WATAF depuis le voisinage de 2015-2016, quand nous-mêmes nous avions conduit une étude sur la problématique des flux financiers illicites dans la région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, où nous avons constaté et qui a été confirmé par d'autres recherches avec le rapport Becky et Global Financial Integrity, que beaucoup de
Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
So I hope we had a beautiful meal. So we're about to start the second panel discussion. Wherever you are, outside the hall, please, you may need to start, making your way in the hall so that we can get back to the business of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please, wherever you are, you may start finding your way back into the hall so that we can get back into the business of the day. Mesdames et messieurs, partout où vous êtes, si vous avez fini de manger, veuillez regagner la salle pour que nous reprenions les travaux de ce forum. Nous avons un panel de discussion qui va suivre. Ça ne prendra pas beaucoup de temps parce que nous savons que nous avons un dîner ce soir. Donc, peut-être en moins d'une heure, on aura fini. Let's get back into the hall. We have a very important event this evening, the dinner and award night. So we need to get it underway and then go so that the hall can be prepared and arranged for the dinner. Wherever you are, please make your way back into the hall. S'il vous plaît, regagnez la salle pour que nous reprenions les activités. Nous avons un grand événement ce soir. Et il y aura une remise des trophées, c'est un grand dîner de gala. Et il faudra surtout préparer la salle, réarranger pour recevoir les invités. S'il vous plaît, regagnez la salle, comme ça nous reprenons nos discussions. Merci. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Testing, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Duncan Oduro, the Executive Director of the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators, Qatar. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly, Femi.
Okay, thank you. We're just trying to get your panel seated, then you roll from there.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I want to welcome you back into the hall so that we can continue the business of the day. This is going to be the next panel discussion, and this one is centered around new and emerging technology solutions for tax compliance. To moderate this panel discussion, we have Mr. Duncan Onduru, Executive Director, Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators, that is Qatar. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Duncan, are you there?
Yes, I'm right there.
Fantastic. Nice to have you, sir. With you for the panel, we have Mrs. Chaka Ben Obi, Group Lead, Digital and Innovation Support Group, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Nigeria. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she's making her way to the stage. Is she there? Please, ma, we pray that you come over so that we can start. Let's encourage her with another round of applause. And already seated. Okay, she's coming. Great. Nice to have you, ma'am. Let's applaud for her. Please. Yes, ma'am. So already seated is Mr. Raul Zambrano, Director, Technical Assistance and ICT, Inter-American Center for Tax Administration, SIAT. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Rapidement, donc, nous avons notre panel qui est déjà là. Ces discussions seront modérées par M. Duncan Onduro, qui est directeur exécutif Association des administrateurs fiscaux du Commonwealth. Le titre, c'est la présentation sur les solutions technologiques nouvelles et émergentes pour la discipline fiscale. Les panélistes sont Mme Chaka Benobi, qui est chef du groupe de services numériques de FARS ici au Nigeria. Il sera avec M. Raoul Zambrano. Il est directeur de l'assistance technique de la technologie du Centre interaméricain des administrations fiscales, SIAT. Okay, so Mr. Duncan, I'm going to hand over the microphone to you for the business of the day. Thank you so much, and I'll see you very soon.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremony. And first of all, if you can assure me that I can be heard, then I can proceed. Can I be heard?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The chairman and the secretary, executive secretary of WATAF, I wish to thank you most sincerely for inviting the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators, CATA, to join you in this auspicious occasion when you are celebrating your 10th anniversary. It's always been our pleasure to work together with WATAF, and WATAF being a key member of our partnership profile. So let me congratulate WATAF for their 10th anniversary, and we hope that with having spent 10 years, now you are right on your feet to progress ahead and lead the West African community in charting their path in this complex landscape of taxation. I wish, therefore, to appreciate the partnership which has existed between CATA and WATAF, and we hope to see more of this engagement in the coming future. I wish also to applaud the speakers, especially the senior leadership of the Nigerian government who are with us in the morning, including the two ministers. And I'm very grateful that they've shared their thoughts and given us some homework to do, especially in the upcoming issues within the international tax arena. I wish also to acknowledge my all-time friend and colleague, Tayo, who presented a very thought-provoking presentation this morning as a form of an horizon scan of digitalization in Africa, and again has posed a number of questions which this conference perhaps would help us unravel. Without much ado, I'm told that there's a great evening tonight. And as I know, Nigeria doesn't do things halfway. When they mean to do it, they do it fully. So I do not want my panel to be accused of spoiling the appetite of anybody. Therefore, I would just go ahead to kick the sessions off. I would have been happier to be physically in Nigeria and to join my old friends and colleagues. But again, situation does not permit us to do so. Therefore, accept my apologies, and I hope that one of these coming days, we will be together. My panelists have already been introduced, and I would just like to call them up the floor. And I would start with Ms. Cheka Ben Obi. Please, if you could take the floor and give your presentation. Thank you.
Let me start by saying good afternoon to everyone on the floor. I hope we had a good lunch. I will manage to stay awake throughout the session. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol in view of the short time that we have left before dinner. My name is Cheka Ben Obi, and the topic of my presentation is on new and emerging technology solutions for tax compliance. I am the group lead, Digital and Innovation Support Group of the FIRS. The outline of my presentation will be starting with a brief introduction on the subject, what the outlook for tax functions are, the emerging tax technologies capabilities, and then using FIRS as case study on what we are doing so far with regards to using new technologies to rethink our tax administration, the benefits and impacts of what we have deployed, then some of the challenges that we're also experiencing and how that is driving us to rethinking our strategy and redefining the skills and capabilities required to drive this value. I will then give a brief summary of what my final thoughts are. The brief introduction of emerging technologies. As you may all agree with me, emerging technologies is one of the key trends impacting tax functions. It is enabled by data, and have become a continuous form of disruption to business, products, services, and experiences. It has also radically changed the way people consume content and communicate and access products and services. Hence, the disruption associated with it is causing businesses to continuously look to adopt new technologies such as Internet of Things, robotic process automation, blockchain, and artificial intelligence to evolve and be sustainable and stay competitive. This has resulted in newer tax laws because of the new ways of doing business, which deal with borderless value creation and big data. Therefore, the tax function must be ready to deal with this business transformation. Having said that, let's just look at what the outlook for tax functions or tax authorities are going forward. There are two elements involved on this, or two sides to it. One side is the professional content, dealing from executive insights to management insights to operations. And the other is the technology solution. It is the technical solution that is providing the advanced technologies and proven platform to the professional element to be able to analyze, give insights, get advice from data, and then advance analytics of the data. There is no one-size-fits-all for all tax technology solutions. However, for every emerging tax technology solution, they should have the following capabilities. One, digital identity. The solution must be able to support the tax administration in a secure and unique identification of taxpayers. The solution must also be sensitive to taxpayer touch points, enabling the engagement of taxpayers with tax administration processes as when necessary, such as through access to real-time support, like contact centers, websites, an app. Coincidental, I was just having a discussion a few minutes ago with one of my colleagues on the necessity of having an app, an FIRS app, to enable interaction or more efficient interaction with taxpayers. So perhaps she can see that I agree with her that the app is necessary. Or any form of communication in more automated way to interact with the taxpayers. The solution must also be able to handle data reconciliation engine from different sources. And this is aimed at enhancing the accuracy and reliability of the data being submitted to the authorities. It must also have a tax rule management and application, creating and distributing tax laws in administrable and verifiable formats to allow stakeholders to integrate tax rules within their own preferred system. There should be workflow and collaboration among the teams. There's entity management with global tax and regulatory compliances that will provide alerts, reminders, and escalations aimed at addressing compliance monitoring. There is also the not very popular one, the tax controversy management application. This is peculiar for companies operating in multiple jurisdictions for dispute resolutions. You need to go. So that's all. The next slide, please. So let me then share the FIRS experience on how we are using new and emerging technologies to rethink tax administration. The FIRS has brought innovation, convenience, and transparency. And if you look at these words, the acronym is ICT. So it's a way of saying we're applying ICT not just in information communication technology, but also in innovation, convenience, and transparency to the doorsteps of taxpayers in order to facilitate monitoring and enable ease of compliance. These initiatives are aimed to optimize FIRS revenue generating efforts by creating an efficient tax system and providing quality service to taxpayers for increased revenue yield. The initiative addressed the challenges experienced by both the taxpayers and the FRS themselves. Some of the strategies we have embarked for our tax regime and revenue collection are: first, the revision of the tax laws and regulations, intensive registration of taxpayers. For those of us who remember here, when we asked the taxpayers to go to their tax offices to update their details for ease of filing their VAT and CIT and other taxes, we were actually registering the taxpayers. But that was the quickest way to get the taxpayers to actually physically go to update to register their details. You can liken this to the bank, going to your bank to also update your details, especially during the BVN capturing. We also embarked on a lot of stakeholder collaboration, both through Zoom, one-on-one, and through workshops. I've heard a lot mention of the non-resident taxpayers. We also have established a department for non-resident taxpayers. We positioned our large and medium taxpayers. We automated our VAT administration for ease of collection at source and remittance. We're also reforming on the way we're administering tax clearance certificates and withholding tax. We also embarked on an extensive nationwide tax audit exercise. I must also mention our expansion of our treaty network and access to treaty benefits. I am proud to tell you today that FRS is, if not the first 3 organizations that have certified our AEOI Center to ISO 27001. This is not to 27001 standards. This is not an easy feat for any public service organization. So as it is today, we're able to exchange online data with the banks and then with the OECD countries through the Common Transmission System, popularly called CTS. In talking about introducing innovation, convenience, and transparency, this is what drove us to developing the Tax Pro Max solution, which is an end-to-end tax administration solution with the following modules: registration, assessment and filing, payment, receipting, reporting, issuance of tax clearance certificates, automated utilization of credit notes, audit, enforcement, and debt management modules. Now, not all of these modules have come into operation. However, the modules that have come into operations, we've not taken a big bang. We have been developing the modules one after the other. For example, registration, receipting, and tax clearance certificate modules became operational in June 2020. The assessment and filing and payment for VAT became operational in September 2020. The filing and assessment and e-payment for the CIT, as corporate income tax, became operational in December 2020. While the automatic utilization of the credit notes for CIT filing became operational this year, January 2021. The filing for withholding tax, withholding VAT, stamp duties, pay as you earn, personal income tax for non-resident taxpayers, and then corporate income tax for insurance, aviation, and shipping sectors became operational in Q3 of 2021. By Q3, we looked at August and September 2021. What has the performance of the Tax Pro Max been since deployment? This is the statistics. We've been able to register 253,000 taxpayers plus. For local receipts, we've generated 941,000. For foreign receipts, 24,000. One might wonder why only 24,000 for foreign receipts. This 24,000 is from those that are actually paying their CIT, whereas the 941,000 are actually receipts generated whenever a withholding tax or VAT are filed or remitted. For the credit notes local, we've generated 837,500, and for foreign, 36,179. Now, one might wonder, in view of the workflow, it is the receipts that eventually turn to credit notes. However, the reason we have this number for foreign credit notes, these are receipts or these are transactions that occurred long before we deployed the solution in June of last year. So they're just beginning to generate their credit notes. For tax clearance certificates, we've had 155,000 plus applications and have issued nearly 120,000. Some of the applications were rejected because they didn't conform with the application process, while some are still work in progress. What has the performance in collection be with regards to deploying this platform? Now, you have the ECFRS mentioned collection of over 600 billion in June, which is the highest that's been recorded since the COVID pandemic era. What you have on the screen is a breakdown of tax types and number of filers. For example, we have the corporate income tax. We've recorded 28,659 filers. Bear in mind that the usage started in June this year. And that's the figure with regards to how much we've generated so far. And then education tax, NIDL, VAT, CGT, it is the sum of this that gave up the 600 plus billion that EC spoke about. Now, it's interesting to know that it's only one filer that we have with regards to the personal income tax. Now, this is a British national who, of course, was staying less than 6 months in the country and had to file before he left the country. The payee, even though you have 61 for payee, what the MDAs are currently not doing, which is just the Army and Police, which the Federal Inland Revenue Service still collects, though they are remitting their payee, but they are not actually going online to file for the employees that they're doing this remittance on their behalf. So that's our next challenge, to engage and sensitize the payment schedule officers of the MDAs so that they can actually start filing for these employees that are doing the payee deductions. Emerging technologies and revenue generation and tax compliance has also enabled FRS to activate their e-services portal, where taxpayers are able to register, file an assessment, pay for their taxes, we issue receipts, stamp duty processing and payment, and then application and issuance of the tax clearance certificates. We are also triggering VAT payments from source and remittance to our designated accounts in CBN. The sectors that we are currently working on has been aviation, power, telecoms, e-commerce, financial services, oil and gas, insurance, hospitality, and branded retail outlets. However, only 4 sectors have become operational, and those sectors are in aviation, banking, branded retail outlets, and cable and satellite TV. We've also enabled e-payment channels, at least 4 of them. This is InterSwitch, eTransact, Remitter, and NIPS. We're also exchanging information, like I mentioned earlier, with the OEDC through CMS, with Nigerian Customs, with CAC, and CAC is very key to us because all corporates that file with FRS first are registered with CAC. Now, during the course of registration, after the integration with CAC, the tax or the corporates now pay their stamp duties automatically and then remittance thereof. When the CAC registration documents are issued, they also issued with the TIN number of the corporate. Again, when a corporate that's been registered in the past comes to FRS to register to be issued a TIN number, we do an online real-time check verification with CAC for the company details and the validity of what the company has submitted before that taxpayer is registered. So what we have done with CAC, we believe that it's giving us a lot of positives. Again, we've enabled most of, well, on social media, where we're engaging with the taxpayers. I already mentioned the website. Then there's Facebook, Instagram, etc., where we try to engage with the taxpayers. The benefits of this initiative are threefold. One, to the taxpayers. Two, to us, the FRA, the tax authority, and then to the country. From the taxpayers, there's online filing of taxes, there's easy remittance, which they can do from anywhere they are. There's improved service to taxpayers. There is also improved taxpayer education, sensitization, as well as brand management. What does it do for the service? It's promoting accountability in tax administration. There's a smooth and automatic exchange of data and information. The cost of enforcing compliance is reduced. There is enhanced staff efficiency. And for the country, is increased revenue generation capability, is promoting economic viability and growth of FRS and the Nigerian economy. It has also improved provision of an enabling environment for Nigerian businesses. And then for all, there's a reporting dashboard which is visible to the taxpayer, to the tax authority, and to the country. The reporting dashboard provides a powerful reporting and analytic tool, aggregating data from the platform and simplifying data reports for planning and decision making. The impact of this for revenue collection and tax compliance on non-oil sector can be seen from this chart. If you look at 2014, the gap between collection for oil and non-oil sector is less than 200 billion. That's the collection from oil is just less than 200 billion than non-oil. This was in 2014. In 2015, non-oil was nearly 200 billion more than oil collection. Then in 2016, there was a leap. Non-oil was about 1 trillion more than oil collection. That remained same in 2017, about 1 trillion. Then in 2018, oil peaked again with just almost same figures that we saw in 2014. Then in 2019, non-oil also went up, leaped, by recording over 1 trillion more than the oil collection. Then in 2020, it was nearly 2 trillion more. That is non-oil. And then for the first 7 months of 2021, that is January to July, oil collection is at 709 billion, whereas non-oil is on 2.4 trillion. That's about 1.7 trillion more for the first 7 months of the year. Now, if you look at the compliance on collection trend, I'll just narrow it down to what the oil has been and what the non-oil has. If you look at the PPT, we are 61.8% to our target, whereas on company income tax, we're on 102.9% of our target. And then gas income is about 30% of our target, whereas stamp duties is almost 98%, so also is non-import VAT. So the total collection versus our target is about 72.25% of our targeted collection. This journey for FRS in adapting emerging technologies to tax administration and compliance hasn't all been foolproof. We've had our own challenges and our own issues. However, this shouldn't be a discouragement to tax authorities that are aiming to embark on this journey, because there is no alternative. However, it's good to know and learn from those that have done it before so that you know the pitfalls to avoid. First, there's the complex tax rules as perceived by the taxpayers. As we say sometimes, that perception is everything. There is no single off-the-shelf solution for all elements of tax. So it's something that we all need to sit down and draw what exactly do we want to achieve. What solutions are available off the shelf to enable us achieve all this. And then it was this kind of engagement that made FIRS end up designing its own tax administration solution, because we were tired of having the disparate solutions that we're interfacing with. As I mentioned about disparate technologies in use in the environment, it's heavy investment. Adoption has to be followed up with a lot of enforcement. Technology is seen as adding additional layer to what we're already doing. Power in Nigeria, was a big issue for us. It's still a big challenge for us. You require a lot of additional hardware together with the one being provided by the service provider. Again, depending on which way the tax authority decides to follow. We must not underestimate internal resistance to the change. As a matter of fact, if you put on a scale the external challenges and internal challenges, which one weighs more? The internal resistance weighs a lot more than external resistance. So we must be ready for it and then begin to engage and get buy-in of our staff as early as possible. From our experiences in deploying these emerging technologies and the challenges thereof that we faced, FIRS began to rethink of its strategy. One, it may be too much to imagine a future where people enjoy paying their taxes. However, FIRS imagines a future in which the experiences of paying taxes will become virtually painless by deploying the appropriate technologies. Hence, FIRS will focus on closing current gaps in the revenue collection system, while also identifying new untapped sources of revenue, especially in taxation of the digital economy. We heard a lot about digital economy this afternoon by the master himself, Taiwo Oyedele. FIRS also recognizes that technology in itself will not change behavior. Current trends in tax administration modernization suggest that to achieve effective voluntary compliance, implementation of these technologies must be complemented with the adoption of compliance improvement models. Making FIRS services available to taxpayers is imperative to ensuring compliance and increased revenue. The FIRS shall continue to improve upon its technological advancement in order to effectively provide quality services to the taxpayers. FIRS has recognized that a prerequisite to making real sustainable change is agile, enthusiastic, and continuous commitment, as demonstrated by the federal government of Nigeria with passing of the Finance Act 2020 into law in record time and international cooperation. And finally, FIRS is ready and partnering with stakeholders for initiatives that will increase tax compliance, make transition to the reform agenda seamless, increase revenue generation, and accelerate Nigeria's economic growth. As we are rethinking our strategy, we are also redefining skills and capabilities.
Redefinindo perícias e capacidades.
As we are rethinking our strategy, we are also redefining skills and capabilities required to drive value. It is no gainsaying that emerging technologies bring about a paradigm shift for tax administration. It is therefore imperative for tax employees to be proficient in the use of technology tools and platforms. Tax administration must have a mobile and digitally skilled workforce and require an organization-wide redesign, change management, and HR transformation in order to embed people's strategy with business outcomes for improved tax compliance and revenue generation. Let me now close by sharing my final thoughts on this subject on emerging technologies for tax compliance. 1, technology advances is a key business enabler. The word enabler is very important to note, as sometimes developers in ICT seem to want to define the business rule for the business and not seeing ourselves as enabling what the business wants to be enabled. I think I mentioned that to the GTOG this afternoon. We had a small discussion around it. 2, emerging technologies has presented huge opportunities for tax administration, from automation of business processes to collection of information, application of artificial and business intelligence, stakeholder engagement, improved compliance, and immense contribution to economic development. The path to successful implementation of technology is complex, sometimes requiring legislative support, effective design of administrative and technical procedures, and extensive consultation processes with key stakeholders. However, tax administration contemplating the implementation of these technologies can leverage the growing body of experience. I thank you all for your attention and listening. Thank you.
Many thanks, Madam Chiaka, for giving that elaborative, very elaborate journey that the Federal Inland Revenue of Nigeria has traveled. And through the presentation, I hope the other countries present with us this afternoon would also be interested in sharing your journey. You've highlighted some of the success stories, and you've also come up with some challenges and how you've navigated through these challenges. That was very good. Now, our speaker has maintained time, so we are doing well, and I wish to thank her for that. She took around 27 minutes, which is very good for such an elaborate presentation. So in the interest of time, I would move to give the floor to my great friend, Raul Zambarano. Zambarano, kindly take the podium.
Boa tarde. Bonjour. Good afternoon. I will speak in English, and or should I say something that resembles English? So, Duncan, my dear friend, if you have, if you not listen to me loud and clear, don't blame the communication. Just blame my accent in the English language. But I try to do my best. So, thank you. I shall start thanking WATAF and particularly Babatunde and FIRST for having us here. SIAT, as you may know, is a sister organization with WATAF, and we have 4 African member countries, Nigeria being one of them, so it's a common member. It's an honor to be here for the first time. Thank you very much. as I can see you with your phones, I bring mine also. And as our colleague from PwC this morning told us, some companies there know that you are with me right now, and probably they know that we are talking about taxes in the digital economy. So you cannot deny it, you will be blamed for it. This is just to keep track of my time. This morning, the secretary told us about some taxes, income tax, VAT, and a possibility of a digital service tax. And the ministry told us about some of the expectations, difficulties, negotiations, compromises that the direct part of those taxes need to go through. And we are in that process within the inclusive framework under the lead of the OECD, and we might get some somewhere in the near future. But the other part that the secretary mentioned has to do with VAT, the consumption taxes, indirect taxes, and there is little discussion there. So I will try to give a presentation, and will ask my colleagues there to put the presentation on the screen. And since we are in this environment, in this after or post-COVID situation, we will try to go beyond digitalization and IT and go to telepathic technology, and I will ask my friend to advance in the presentation. So what we are talking about is that there is no real discussion in terms of consumption taxes, indirect taxes. The destination principle is accepted and is something that we can start working with. So the thing is, what we are talking about is the difference between being in a jurisdiction or not having any presence in the jurisdiction. And I will try to very rapidly go through it with some practical examples. Remember that if a company is operating with a physical presence in a jurisdiction, that company is subjected to the same regulations as all other taxpayers in that jurisdiction. So basically, we'll have to go through the processes and take advantage of these very nice features of the new system of FIRS. But if the company has no presence at all, then, and that is the idea behind that smile, sunny face in the second part of that slide, is that those companies will operate with no physical presence and will not only not provide the revenue the country needs, but also will compete in, with a different set of rules in a more advantageous situation than companies operated in the local market. So to help us understand this, I will bring you some practical examples. First, what we are not talking about. There you can see a screen capture of an operation managed through the internet. Everything was done over the internet. The delivery of food, the menu was presented over the internet, the request, payment, everything. But that is a company that is within the jurisdiction. And if you take a look in the bottom of that screen, you will see ITBMS, which is the name of VAT in Panama, where I live. And so that company operates in the same market under the same rules as any other company because it has physical presence in the jurisdiction. So we are not talking about that. It's regardless of the fact that this company operates with a lot of technology. So this example is a very well-known company that operates on the streaming service. And well, in many cases, they don't have any presence in the jurisdictions. And if you see the information about those payments, there is no VAT or VAT-like tax being collected under that operation. And they compete, for instance, with local cable companies that make investments that have to collect VAT from the local customers, and that some of those customers might choose to move towards a streaming company, abandoning the local business, and we, the country, will not get the revenue, and also the local company will compete in a more disadvantaged position. It's not only a matter of choice, the tax that is not being collected might also contribute. Some of these companies are very well known, like this one, but the next example here is a company that works in the streaming of content and movies, but a specialized type of movie for intellectuals, for those that are into that kind of stuff, but it is not very well known. So many of you have never heard of that company, but they can operate in a jurisdiction without any physical presence. There are different things like web hosting. Here we see a company that offers a web hosting capability. They operate with no physical presence, and they compete with local shops that could rent physical servers or cloud services that are well known. This can compete with this other service that you see there is a very well-known company, one of those companies that will know that we are here, that you are here with me, and the cloud services provided to either individuals or businesses. So we have some examples here, and I will go through them rapidly. Just there. Here we see one that I will invite you to take a look. This is digital good. It's a book. It is not streaming. You are buying the good. It was mentioned this morning. But take a look at the payment. You see 1 credit. It is not euros. It is not dollars. It is 1 credit. It's something that the company manages itself. So you are paying with credits. Those credits can be acquired through different means, including buying type of gift cards from that company while you visiting another country, for example, or by points you earn by using services or buying things within this company or other companies. So that is not money exchange, but that operation should be subjected to consumption taxes, VAT, if that is the case in a jurisdiction. So we can move over there. The majority of these transactions operate through credit card transactions or debit card with companies that operate outside of the jurisdiction. But some, let's move, operate through a different payment process. Like this one, this is collected through Apple, a second company, a third company that provides services. So the company that is providing the services is not collecting the money. Or the next one that you see, a very well-known payment service, PayPal, that is used to make the payments. And finally, here we see the receipt of that transaction of that digital book that I mentioned before. And if you see the amounts below is 000, it was paid with a credit. And that is interesting because we shall reflect a little bit in a later slide about those transactions. So, and finally, the last example here is using something that was mentioned also this morning, the use of cryptocurrencies for payments. In this case, it's a service that might or might not be legal in different jurisdictions, but that are being used, cryptocurrencies are being used for those payments without a lot of knowledge of tax administrations even possible. And just a quick comment about this. There are very different approaches to handling that kind of situations. We have some countries that are banning the use of cryptocurrencies, while other countries are openly adopting them for even as a substitute of the local currency. So very different approaches there. So what to do? And this is key. I mentioned there is no discussion that in terms of VAT, the destination principle is accepted, so the country where the market is should get those taxing rights. It is not as simple as we would like it to be, because it is not always easy to define where the country who has that right is located. And I will use a very simple example. Remember that a streaming company, very well-known streaming company that we mentioned very early, in practice, when you travel abroad, you are able to access that account from the different country. You change from one market to the other. And in your house, at home, someone might still be using that service I will be using here in Nigeria. So what country has the right to those taxing rights is something that should be understand and be very clear for all parties. So what we can do is, and we have been working with colleagues from the OECD, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank in creating a set of guidelines to implement the indirect taxes in the digital economy and how to collect them. That means establish a simplified regime, a special regime that would allow taxpayers operating with no physical presence to register themselves from abroad, file tax return on a simplified manner from abroad, and facilitate the tax administration job through a process of risk management. In some parts of the world, and particularly in Latin America, there are some countries that opted for a different scenario, different alternative, which is to establish a withholding mechanism in the means of payment. So the credit card transaction, the operators of the credit card would be responsible to establish a withholding equivalent to the VAT rate on all operations to those taxpayers that operate outside of the jurisdiction and collect those taxes. And it is a good option. And in my personal opinion, we should work in trying to implement both the simplified regime for those taxpayers that would like to comply with that option, and as a second choice, or for those that would not or could not comply, have the withholding mechanism in place. And the withholding mechanism in place has some deficiencies, as we need the banking sector to cooperate with us, and we need to precisely identify which taxpayers would be subjected to that withholding process. So the list of the very well-known companies, the large ones, is easy to identify and to pass to the banks and credit card operators. It will be probably a couple of hundreds, 200 companies in the world. But those other operators, the yoga instructor, the specialized cinema streaming company, those would be more difficult. So in our opinion, having a simplified mechanism in place plus the withholding mechanism would be the best option. So in that sense, here I will not cover this because of time, but it's just an invitation. We made a study, it's published in our site, of in terms of revenue, the potential of the consumption taxes in the digital economy in the Americas. So you can visit and take a look. It would clearly be an example of what you could expect in Africa. It's publicly available, so you can query. And you will have the presentation so you can see those figures. Let's move. So in SIAT, what we did is, with the support of the NORAD, the Norwegian Cooperation Agency, we created a software tool that will be available to all tax administrations that would like to use it, not only SIAT members. So any tax administration that would like to use the tool would have access to it, and that would facilitate that companies operating in the digital economy from abroad a country with no physical presence in the jurisdiction could register in a simplified way, file tax returns in a simplified way, file information or about the transactions when needed, and that means it's probably not very interesting for a tax administration to get information of every single transaction in terms of a streaming service, but might be interesting to know if, for instance, a company rents or facilitates the rental of property, and that would be an indication of local income tax that would be very interesting for the tax administration to have. We build a system with these characteristics. It can work on premise within the servers of the tax administration or in the cloud, and it is agnostic in terms of the cloud. It will work in any of the major cloud operators. It is highly parameterizable, so it will, since as the lady mentioned, no hat fits all, there are a lot of parameters that will facilitate the implementation of in a jurisdiction to a different jurisdiction with the particularities of each country in those senses. So it has two interfaces for tax administrations and taxpayers, and operates over the web or through web services, so large companies can automate the process. So instead of going online and filing the returns each month, they can put inside the ERPs the capacity to file the tax return every single period. It is multilingual to support more than one languages, and it will eventually become an open source product. So we will very rapidly go through a lot of screenshots of that application, so you can take a look at that. Please. So we see here the taxpayer portal and see that it supports multilingual, and it allows the implementation of a second factor to guarantee the identity of the taxpayer, and a dark interface. Please move forward. Then the registration process, which is set by parameters, so we can establish which fields are required, the location in a map, the taxpayer identification number in the country of residence, contact persons, the type of operations, the obligations that would be required. Generally would be VAT, but if some jurisdictions have a second consumption tax, for instance, at the municipality level or at the state level, it could also be parameterized within the system. And you can upload scanned documents. So then the return filing, which is very interesting, is also multilingual. So one taxpayer in Germany can see the tax return and the process, the interface in German, while other would use English or maybe Chinese, depending on where that taxpayer is located. Here we see the taxpayer selecting a period and filling the data until the process is complete every single month. The system has an inbox functionality, so the tax administrations could interact with the taxpayer, and it is API ready. So let's move on. The tax administration portal is the parameterization, and the first thing we see is that the user also can use different languages. Probably that's not the case, but there are some countries that have more than one language in place, so it's also a second factor for the user. Then the tax administration portal has an audit log, so every single transaction is recorded, and any modification to the system can be analyzed to understand when and why it happened. So let's move a little quickly, please. Here, we are not going into details here. We will see that the welcome screens is also parameterizable, so we can put the logo of the tax administration and set the text that identify the regulations or the acts that are mandatory, and in each language that is being used, that would be also available. The system has a lot of catalogs, and I will go fast until we reach the last, because I'm trying to meet my time. So there is very interesting thing in terms of form maintenance. We have the ability to pre-fill the tax return with information from the system. That means as soon as the taxpayer provides the information, the TIN, or enters into the system, the name of the taxpayer is known, any previous credit is also known, there is computations and check-ins, and very interestingly, the possibility of having web services to get information for a second system. For instance, a tax rate from the central bank, or a conversion rate of money, if that is the case, and it is required. So we can have that. Let's move towards the end. 3 more minutes, Duncan. We have some statistics available. All those things are within the system that can be used. And here, the one before. And the implementation, it works in all those cloud systems there and with one of those databases. Some are required licenses, some are open source, and that is a choice of the tax administration to select which database will be used. And finally, the questions you might have. So can it be used if the tax administration is not from a CIAT member country? Yes, it can. I also mentioned that. How much it costs is free. The solution is free, but since it has to run over something, you will need either the physical machines or a cloud services, plus you might or might not need a software license depending on the database that you will use. But from the software itself, it has no cost. You can set it up yourself. Yes, that's true. Unfortunately, we know that not all tax administrations have enough IT capabilities of doing that by their own. So we will provide some online tutorials and things like that to support that, and maybe, depending on the ability, hopefully our colleagues from the FIRS will help any other WATAF member country if you decide to adopt the system in the future. There is an email address of the project manager that if you are interested, you can query to get more information. So thanks, obrigado, merci, and thank you, Duncan, and all of you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Raul. You've also stayed right on time. And Raul has focused basically on the indirect tax, the VAT, and the challenges posed by the absence of or the lack of fiscal presence of the taxpayer in a jurisdiction. But he seemed to be recommending a procedure where taxpayers can be required to register in that jurisdiction or to have an entity to represent them in that jurisdiction, and that can help in the tax organization, the tax administration, in reaching out to collect VAT. But I think he has also emphasized that we need to have a simplified registration process for this, for it to work, and so that it's not onerous or too burdensome for those taxpayers. And finally, I think this software solution that is providing the CIAT NORAD tool is very important. So it gives us opportunity for revenue administrations who are interested. I think this is a discussion we really need to follow up. And lastly, Raul has also mentioned the recent publication which CIAT did on VAT and the digitalization and all that. These are very nice publications. Some of us have gone through it. It's very informative, although it's meant for the American, but you'll find areas of commonalities that can be relevant even in our jurisdictions in Africa. So I thank you so much, Raul and Madam Chiaka. With the few remaining minutes, we are going to open the floor for intervention, inputs, and questions. And to help us do this, I would call the master of ceremony to take charge. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Indeed, I'm already here for you to help you take those questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have opened the floor for a few questions. Because of the interest of time, we may not take too much, probably 1, 2, 3. This section in the middle and on my left-hand side. So, if you have any questions, please, you may want to raise your hand for identification. Do you have any questions, observations or comments? Si vous avez des questions, des commentaires ou des observations, veuillez lever votre main. Okay, we have one. Okay, so we will take all the questions so that we can give them to the panelists and the moderator, and then we'll take it from there. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Tezungu Atse. I'm Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, Federal Inland Revenue Service. My question goes to Madam Chaka, the lead presenter. And in your presentation, you did mention the benefits of implementing this emerging solution, emerging technology, that's the Tax Pro Max. But I observed that you emphasize comparison between the non-oil taxes and the oil taxes. Yes, the non-oil taxes, the difference between the non-oil taxes and the taxes can fluctuate depending on different kind of conditions that may exist in the economy at a particular time. But from your observation of the results of implementation of the Tax Pro Max and your comparison between the actual collections, especially the non-oil taxes, between now, from comparison from what is happening now and what was happening before, can you notice any significant difference that can be attributed to the implementation of the Tax Pro Max? Given that, from our experience, the non-oil taxes have been growing over the years, despite all without the implementation of the Tax Pro Max. So if non-oil taxes are growing now, can you attribute them actually to the implementation of Tax Pro Max? Is there any way you can single out and say this growth is as a result of the implementation of the Tax Pro Max? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Do we have another question? Another hand? Vous avez d'autres questions? Okay, please, let's have the microphone. Please go ahead.
Once again, my name is Agboro Michael from ICPC. My question is to the presenter. Let me thank her for her presentation. I'd like to state that some countries in the West have exploited machine learning and artificial intelligence to pre-populate tax returns using historical data and third-party data. And this has led to increase in tax collected and also in spotting red flags such as tax avoidance and evasion. So my question to FRS and WATAF members is, are we using these methods to pre-populate the tax returns that are to be filed by these companies as a proactive means of increasing tax collection? Then my second question goes to, I can't get his name, but the white man who just spoke.
Mr. Raul Zambrano.
Okay. My question is, assuming I travel to the United States, I bought a car and I paid VAT on that car, and I'm given a credit, and I use the credit to purchase something online. Am I expected to pay VAT a second time since it has already been VATed? The credit I used to purchase, I've paid VAT already.
Thank you. That's two questions there, one for... Okay, so we'll take one more and then we'll allow the panelists to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up to his question, is the FRS system, is it integratable with other systems in order to pre-populate tax returns? Two, is it on mobile devices to make processes more simpler? And my next question goes to our colleague. I mean, in Liberia, we integrate the platforms with, say, the business registry, the central bank, the system at the Ministry of Finance. Is this system also integratable with other stakeholders, say, of government if we want to have access to it? Thank you.
Okay, so over to you, ma'am and sir.
How do I get, should I come there? Is it working now? Okay. The first question is with regards to the oil and non-oil, the trend in the oil and non-oil collection that we charted, if that has any direct impact from implementation of Tax Pro Max. Now, the implementation of Tax Pro Max is just one of the emerging technologies, and we just use that as a case study or a sample of what FIRS has done with regards to deploying emerging technologies. So emerging technologies is not just speaking about Tax Pro Max, it's looking at all the various initiatives, and that's why I said these initiatives. One of those is, and how is that impacting non-oil collection, is the auto deduction of VAT from source and remittance thereof directly to FIRS CBN accounts. Now, even over and above that, if you look at our collection also on stamp duty, with regards to our versus what our target is, we're almost at 90%, and that is really enabled by technology. In the past, before we deployed these various platforms to deduct stamp duty at source, we haven't been achieving that level of performance in collection of stamp duty. And Tax Pro Max has a direct impact on the collection of stamp duty with regards to the MDAs, where stamp duties are now, 1% of stamp duties are now being automatically deducted for contracts or contracts that have been awarded. So with regards to stamp duties, the answer is yes. With regards to VAT deduction at source, the answer is partial because it's also talking to other type of technologies that the service has deployed. On the second question on, I think I understand that to be application of AI in populating returns. That is not currently happening. However, what is currently happening is that FIRS is looking at other data sources and using that to validate the validity and the transparency of what the taxpayer has declared. Now, going forward, we have it in the plan that we will have auto-population of declarations when the time comes, and we would have also integrated with these other data sources before that can happen. So it's still work in progress. We haven't actually finalized, but we are still in the process of implementation. So what we have presented is the status to date of what we are currently doing with new and emerging technologies. Thank you.
If I may complement, there are many tax administrations that are offering the pre-population of tax returns, particularly on direct taxes, especially individuals. But there is we in SIAD, we think that it is a trend that in the future we will see that happening more and more. And I want to share with you the experience in terms of VAT in countries that have implemented electronic invoicing that are refilling the VAT tax returns every single month. In the case of Chile, of all VAT taxpayers, and with an acceptance rate of the proposal that the tax administration offers the taxpayers of 94%, which is almost everyone. So it's very interesting and very successful. Going back to the question, well, first, indeed, the system, the DEC tool, is designed to operate in two very different modes. The one as a standalone solution that can operate completely isolated, independent of any other system in a jurisdiction. And for instance, one country in Latin America that is implementing the system right now is using this approach. Why? Because it is the fastest way. It is the easiest way to implement the system. Basically, it runs by itself, it generates its own numbers, and later the integration of collection would have to somehow manually complete it with whatever tax core system is being used in that country. The second alternative is to integrate or to make the DEC tool interoperate with the tax administration core tax systems, for things like the registration of taxpayers that will use a valid tax identification number in the jurisdiction. And why this could be interesting? Because that taxpayer might not have a physical presence in a jurisdiction right now, but that taxpayer might decide in the future to come to the country, and in that case, that taxpayer might keep that tax identification number in the future, also to integrate different elements that can be used to populate some fields, not all fields of those tax returns, but some fields, or other elements like even some workflow possibilities like approving an amendment return or things like those. And in terms of the second question, we have to remember that the majority of these transactions are facing directly the consumers. So there is no credit that will be claimed in those transactions. However, if it is not the case, if it is a VAT responsible company within the jurisdiction that is using this kind of services and that would like to claim the VAT involved in that transaction, then I'm not sure if it's said exactly as it translates from Spanish into English, a reversal of the subject would be required so that the company in the country would prepare an invoice to itself and collect the VAT. And eventually, in the end, we will have some transactions that will be taxed twice, one in the country and one in the seller country, and that unfortunately will be unavoidable, but in the majority of the cases, that will be handled that way.
Thank you very much, ma'am and sir. We have one last question coming from Mr. Matthew Bojumbola, who is the group lead, Special Tax Operations Group, FRS Nigeria. Please, sir, your question.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, colleagues, for the wonderful presentation. Actually, I'm not asking a question, just want to clarify on the issue of pre-populating tax returns, just in addition to what our presenters have said. First of all, pre-populating tax returns works much well under income tax, and it requires a very conducive or appropriate legislative framework. It also requires a centralized point of capturing invoices. And for you to do that, you also need to make appropriate legislative intervention that enables the tax authority to pass invoicing through a central system, as ditto for payment systems, and also accounting system, particularly accounting codes, which enables the relevant information to be captured and put into the pre-populated tax returns. However, in an environment like us, particularly in West Africa, where a lot of transactions are done by cash and informal businesses, and without the relevant legislative provision to mandate a centralized invoicing, payment, and accounting system, it is going to be like putting the cart before the horse. I think finally one other hurdle that will also be crossed. For us to get there, we need to also create the relevant social environment, political environment for that. Some of us in Nigeria will recall a lot of shouts that goes about when BBN was introduced, and also when we were asked to link our NIN to our telephone numbers. All of these are conditions that must be in place for us to be able to move to the level of being pre-populating tax returns. I just felt that we needed to have that education so that we don't think it's just all about computing or artificial intelligence. It's also about other necessary environmental issues, including legislation and political buy-in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please a round of applause for Mr. Bajumbola for that insightful clarification. So I'm going to hand over the microphone back to the moderator, Mr. Duncan Onduru, to wrap up this session before we depart from this hall. Thank you very much. Mr. Duncan, over to you for a wrap.
Thank you so much, the MC, for guiding the Q&A session. I have not much to add. I think I've already had my interjection on the two presentations, but I would wish to appreciate so much Nigeria for sharing with us this tax promax. I think it's a very innovative solution. And if I looked at the graph, they paint a very rosy picture. So we could look at that sort of direction. What Madam Chaka re-emphasized was compliance improvement models. And one thing that COVID has taught us is that we do not need to distrust our taxpayers so much, because this time we've been receiving information digitally, and for some reason we still manage to get our taxes. And that's the kind of trust we need to build over time. In fact, from where I stand, we now need to move the compliance improvement model further, maybe to incorporate things like cooperative compliance, which will provide us with a solid framework of engaging taxpayers on a trust basis. Now, coming back to our colleague from SIAT, Ms. Raul, I think SIAT has a capacity of doing a number of research in various aspects of taxation, and they've been doing it before. So the cooperation between our organization and SIAT need to be more strengthened so that we can learn. When I visit some of the Central American countries, apparently you'll find that they are more or less peers with our African countries, and therefore it means we've got a lot of commonalities, not only in the tax area, but even in other economic and social aspects. So let us strengthen this cooperation. And I think from it, we will really gain more. So without much ado, I would want to release my panelists. And I hope we have not spoiled the appetite for the evening. And if we've done so, then we will be forgiven. So thank you so much. Back to the master of ceremony.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists and Mr. Duncan Onduru, who is in the United Kingdom. Please, sir, please, Mama. Photograph will invite Executive Secretary and Chairman WATAF to join them. Thank you. I think they deserve a round of applause. Thank you, Madam Chaka. Thank you, Raul. And Duncan, we can't see your face for whatever reason.
Don't worry.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, special guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. We had quite an engaging opening ceremony, and we've had two very enlightening sessions. I think we deserve another round of applause. Colleagues, thank you for all of you that made it happen. This evening, as you all know, that WATAF will be having a special gala evening and 10th anniversary celebration with an award night. And it's going to happen in this hall. And so that's why we will close shortly. And please, with a plea that we know we've had quite an engaging day, but let's return here at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock this evening, it will be quite an interesting night. You have on full display, Nigeria's legendary hospitality, the sights and sound of Nigeria, and West Africa will be here. I'm sure we'll have quite a beneficial time. And so, to be on behalf of myself and my colleague who have been in a standing committee here while you have been in the sitting committee, I want to thank you all. And just to mention that, especially our foreign delegates, please, we want to see a display of your traditional attires. So come, let's see the flavor of those traditional attires. Benin, Togo, Burkina Faso, Gambia, all of you, Guinea-Bissau. This evening, let's showcase West Africa. Also, an announcement for our foreign guests. Sorry, you know this requirement. You have to take a COVID-19 test before you leave. So, I've been told at 8:45 in the morning, for those who are traveling the day after tomorrow, you need to come to this small room outside there, where the health officials will come to take your sample. 8:45 in the morning for those who are traveling the day after tomorrow. 8:45, that's on Thursday, I believe. If you travel on Thursday, you need to come and take the samples at 8:45 in the morning outside here. There's a hall outside, just outside this door. For those who are traveling on Friday, you need to also come 8:45 in the morning on Thursday, so that your samples can be taken. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we'll close for the day with another round of applause to all of us, and please, thank you very much for your patience and time. We expect to see you at 7. Thank you, colleagues. And please don't forget any of your personal items, because this hall is going to turn, we're working here, so please don't leave anything behind. Anything that's yours, anything that belongs to you or you want to use, please don't leave it behind, because we'll be rearranging the hall. Very grateful, and good evening. Thank you.
automated utilization of credit notes, audit, enforcement, and debt management modules. Now, skill, the challenge external
is, but especially the emphasis with the
from our experiences in deploying these emerging technologies and the challenges thereof that we faced, FIRS began to rethink of its strategy.
As first serves.
To thank our ADG, Shamila, who is with
Mesdames et messieurs, regardez. Nigeria, representing
Togolais, donc membre de notre